I'm going to kick things off with a 9. So,
Ooh, look at you.
Rock on with your bad self.
Oh, I'm just playing with the dice. I got a 90.
This is the check to see if we actually get jumped by the ruffians. So
Okay, 92. What did Alexander have? 90?
yeah, that's what he said.
Okay. And 32. All right. Dustin. That is Runt. Make another roll, please.
By the way, who is this Davin?
Oh, that's another character I run.
Oh, okay.
61.
All right. Let's see, how do I change that? I was going to type in me, but that probably is not going to work.
You can leave it where it is. I just
No. All right. I heard something change. Oh. I see. Awesome. All right. Okay. Dustin.
Yes.
What is your sanity?
Uh, 86.
Oh, well, that's pretty good. So go ahead and roll another percentile.
$61.
So you've rolled 61 twice in a row now?
Picked it up, I re-rolled, and it came up exactly as 61.
Okay. All right.
It's
Just making sure. Okay. So I've got 3 rolls from you, a 9. You're kind of looking off into the stacks of stuff, and something catches your attention. You kind of go and look at it, and you're like, "Holy crap!" So, Dustin, you and I need to drop into another chat so that I can share with you. So, in Discord, let's drop into the general channel, and we'll be right back.
all right. So when he comes back, we have to do the standard check for possession. Is he speaking in a strange tongue? And can Alexander understand him?
That's always a good one. Hey, Dad, do you know where Mom's heating pad is? I checked your room. I couldn't find it. Okay. I texted her. Just Max is in a lot of pain, so I'm trying to help relieve some of it. Something's wrong with her. You know the back muscle I've pulled? I think she pulled that as well. So she's been in a lot of pain. So I got her some muscle relaxer, but that takes a while to kick in. So I'm looking for heat at the moment.
And he I'm sure everyone will hear Runt sort of pause for a moment, and then as you glance at him, you'll see him looking off into one of the aisles, and he then starts holding his forehead, and it's something of a rather painful expression on his face.
Probably actually fall over because I'm still getting used to missing a leg.
Right? Stumpy here falls over. Oh my god, I forgot.
I did.
Well, since Tindo's not here, I'll go back and check on him. You okay, Runt?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. And kind of try to pick myself back up. And just look confused. And try to follow back along and catch back up with everyone else.
Yeah,
Okay.
you had an expression before you fell over. You know, is it a headache? Did you see something? You know, what happened?
Probably just off the cuff respond, kind of mumbling or maybe in a language you don't understand, and then kind of shake head again and say, I'm not. I need to sit down."
I don't know.
No.
Okay. Something that no one's heard before.
You missed the joke while you were gone that we were going to do the standard "Are you possessed?" protocol. One of which was you babble in a strange language that no one understands.
Batu, Vrata.
Nikto.
And we did have to clarify that if only Alexander understood it, Carillion doesn't count. So I will help run over to a chair.
Okay.
And quote unquote to him, all the while cast evil.
You detect no evil.
Okay.
Actually, wait a minute.
Yeah, not evil.
roll a percentile, please.
No, too late. You said I'm not evil. Oh, that's a good
I have
point.
no freaking clue. Everything
Right.
is evil.
Yeah.
In fact, I probably pass out.
That would be a
Okay.
fun chain of events.
Would be interesting. Is he evil? And thump.
Oh my god!
He must be evil. Oh my gosh. Yes, well, Herman will pour you a glass of wine, Runt, and bring it over to you. He will. In, yeah, what happened? Here, drink this. Are you okay?
I will pass on the wine and ask for water instead. And I will definitely be holding my head and be like dizzy. Oh, yeah. All
All
right.
right.
Yeah.
He will go get you some water. I'm sure there's some somewhere in the building. So for the moment, you are alone.
And kind of look back in the direction of the building. He's got something weird back there.
Okay, I need a little more details than weird.
Strange.
Yeah, like
I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
Like, I don't think it belongs here. Like
belongs in this store or belongs on this planet?
like it just one of those and probably again slip into the same language and describe something and it just it, yeah I think I've seen it in dreams before, but it's just and again another language.
Love it. That's great. That's great, Dustin.
That's the only context I know it in. So, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I mean he's obviously has something in mind, and when he refers to it, it's in an odd language that no one's heard before or recognizes. He's obviously possessed.
Obviously.
I'm suspicious.
Although I will have to say it's not that dissimilar from your previous experience with Alexander's odd behavior at one time, preceded by a massive headache.
You mean this was right before he attempted to kill the entire party?
It could happen.
And
Allegedly.
turn us over to the Dark Lord?
Allegedly. And I believe that may have not been Alexander, but Alvis.
Yeah, I
Possession
believe
part?
that's.
Yeah,
I believe that's correct.
that's true. I think it was Alvis.
Yeah.
Well, I think we need to keep an eye on. But
Hey, well, about this time, Herman will return with a pitcher of water. He's got a tray, a pitcher of water on it, and some glasses. And there's a cube of ice floating in it as well.
Oh, wow, fancy.
So he will pour you a cold glass of water. The ice, it's not a bunch of little ice cubes, right? It's one big ice cube.
Mm-hmm.
So, you don't have any ice in your glass per se, but it is chilled. Well, do you feel well enough to proceed with our dinner? Why don't you just sit down? I'll get you something. And he goes over to the buffet and starts collecting something for Runt. What are the rest of you going to do?
Make an attack is what I heard. Oh. Okay.
Okay.
I was like, holy moly. That escalated quickly.
All right. Okay, well, the pleasantries of an evening's meal will go by, and after everyone has another refill of your glasses and the plates have been cleared, he will reach into his leather briefcase, and which, by the way, is just like a satchel, anyway, and pull out some documents. And he says, well, why don't we get down to business? First of all, myself and investors would like to extend to you our most heartfelt congratulations on the success of your enterprise. The discovery of a vault uh, um, carries with it some significant potential opportunities. Of course, unrealized if we can't open the damn thing. But don't let that concern you. After considerable negotiations on our part, we have secured for you the following. And this is in compensation for your endeavors, and in particular, the recovery of the holy weapon, the Icky dagger, the gate itself, the destruction of the shrine to Forg, and more or less resolving what seems to have happened in the mines generally. There is one outstanding matter which has to do with the rescue of the some of the prisoners that were found. Something to do with a treasure that was offered by the young lady's grandfather, who I understand isn't actually her grandfather. But anyway, so that remains an outstanding balance on the ledger. That aside, the balance is as follows. There is 4 months worth of income owing each of you, which amounts to, well, I'll get the balance here in a minute. In addition, and he, at this point, he stands up and goes to another aisle and pulls a cart out, and there's a blanket on it, and he pulls the blanket over, and you see there's a broadsword, an elven dagger, a pauldron, and he goes back to the aisle and pulls out another little cart that seems to be glowing warmly, and he reveals there the egg. And then he says, there was some considerable discussion on how to balance the rest of the ledger, that is, against the remainder. And the Chamberlain came up with the following. And I might add that the partners and myself have signed off on whichever option it is that you choose. As it happens, there is a boat that could be consigned to your use. There is also, however, a villa. It's not in great shape, but along with it is a area of, well, it's a winery. Unfortunately, it's not in particularly great shape, as it hasn't been tended to over some number of years. But, with a bit of time, effort, and resources, either of these options could potentially be made to generate an income for you. So, do you have some thoughts on which you would prefer? The boat, by the way, is a wouldn't call it a longboat, but it's of that style. It's of one of the smaller merchant type, called a Knorr. That's Knorr.
So, just to make sure I understand what you're saying, this display, for lack of a better term, is just a review of the extra valuable things that were recovered. And our reimbursement option that you're talking about is either the ship or the villa. Is that correct? Or is parts of this, and I gesture to the trays, also part of our compensation? Or is all of this part of our compensation?
The the latter, with the exception of it is either the boat or the villa. It's not both.
So
Mhm.
the pauldron, the egg, the dagger, and either the okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have some
I smile at this point.
I have some values if you're interested in the breakdown.
I trust that your accountants have been diligent. I'm not
Very
going
well.
to worry about every copper or silver. I cannot speak for my companions. Some of them are more diligent than others, shall we say.
Well, like I said, each of you has a balance in addition of 4 months' income, which is based on the 60 per year. So here, let me figure out what that is. Hang on.
20 gold.
Silver.
Silver, okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So in addition to all of that, there's another 20 silver each. And then that's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5. Yeah, that's like another 1,000 silver total. Or no, wait, that's not right. Yeah, it's like another 100 silver total.
This honestly is the first time that I've actually sat and thought about all the things that were recovered from the mine. So I am pleasantly surprised at how successful the mission was.
Well,
And I'm just gonna eat and listen after that for a little while.
okay, sure.
Wes can start talking now.
you nod knowingly to Wes. I have to think.
No. At the end of this, after the meal is done, I'm going to ask Herman if, given the fact that, the ship and the villa discussion is new to us, if we could have a few minutes to talk amongst ourselves. But I'm not going to be so rude as to make him get up from his meal to do that.
No,
So,
of course. Yes.
For the rest of the meal, it's casual conversation.
Okay.
Which I will let Wes handle, because Wes is good at casual conversation.
Is he? Unless he's. Yes, it is.
All of them?
Yes.
Or like pick one?
Well, I don't know how to make it more clear.
I just
Okay,
It
so
sounds like you're saying we get to keep all of it.
you do.
Okay.
Yes. This
Cool.
is balanced. This is balanced against finding the gate, the icky dagger, the holy weapon, resolving what came about in the mines themselves, and the rescue of the prisoners.
So they're letting us keep all the stuff in exchange for all the intangible benefits.
Which they
basically.
felt vastly outweighed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yes.
And they get to reactivate the mine. So in the long run, the material benefits might outweigh it too.
They have a nice, easy way to execute people too.
It's true. My only question is who's going to raise the dragon?
I mean, I think we know that one.
We know who wants to. I am, and again, this is part of the after dinner conversation. I'm not convinced that we know how to raise the dragon. On the other hand, we know plenty of people who would buy it. So we could still go and get that 1,500 gold pieces for it. Alexander hasn't piped up and screamed yet. I'm shocked. I'm interested in the egg. I just think it'd be a tragic waste if we killed it because we didn't know what the hell we were doing.
I agree. We won't kill. I agree. Don't want to kill it, but Wes having a pseudo dragon as a familiar helps every single one of us.
I'm not at all opposed to it.
I'm
not
very intrigued
all.
by that idea.
You know, imagine the kind of knowledge that I would have watching a pseudo dragon grow up.
Yeah,
you know, I think this is really cool too. I just want to make sure that we're cut out for parenthood.
I get what you're saying. I think that is solved if we know that the incubator is solid until it's hatched, correct? Because I could just always, theoretically, I could always hunt food for it.
All right,
if it couldn't do it itself.
Let's go back to the basic question, because the only choice we have in all of this is: do we take the villa and home base out of Karsk, or do we take the ship
and go back,
which is only consigned to us? It's not even our ship, and go back.
Yeah.
So let me, Herman kind of coughs for a moment. Let me clarify the circumstances here a little bit.
Okay, please.
Neither the boat nor the villa are your property.
Okay.
These items belong to the Baron. Okay.
Okay. Yes, that makes sense. He owns them.
He owns them.
Yes.
And he assigns their use and occupation. So whatever revenues are generated from either are likewise part of his revenues. Okay.
Yes.
So he taxes everything.
Mm-hmm.
as the only one who's quote unquote landed here is Wes. And of course that I don't know what his feelings are about this, but
I have plenty of lands, thank you very much.
Yeah, but keep in mind that in the same way that he owns the villa as well the boat, so too does Lady Tamara own your lands. You follow me? There's no private ownership.
At point, is there actually a fully developed feudal system?
Well, I don't know what you mean by fully developed, but
or are we more tenant farmers in that case?
So land is owned by the crown.
Of course.
Land is distributed by the crown to various families, and it goes down through whether it's earls or however it's funneled down.
Okay.
It's Yeah, you
So it's a feudal. It's essentially a feudal system. Okay.
yeah. It's a
So, like,
medieval society.
Yeah, yeah. So, like, lack of a better word, the Baron is making us "quote unquote" Lord of the winery.
No.
So, okay.
There's
and-
nobody's.
Well, I
And-
know.
and
That's why I said lack of a better word. I didn't
Okay,
have another
lack
word
of a
for
better-
it.
All
and
right.
that is
Yeah.
exactly the distinction I was asking for.
Yeah.
So
So,
we're
like,
good.
we don't own it, but we are the ones that are running it and make some of the money off of it. He just the Baron owns everything, though.
We get to be tenant farmers.
Yeah.
So
So-
strictly speaking, you're not tenant farmers. You don't have to do anything to make money with either the boat or the villa, and you can live there. It's
Except, of course, if we're not making money for the Baron, he has the right to take it back and give it to someone who will be making money for the Baron.
well, that's typically not what happens
Okay.
in circumstances like this, unless you become criminals or you know
Okay. let me ask a different question. Is the boat crewed?
no.
Okay, so we would be responsible for coming up with a crew.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, do we
And there are
want to
no
become...
limitations on where we could take this boat.
No.
Okay. Telgar's a long way away. I just want to make sure before
We get in trouble for running home.
we get in trouble for stealing a boat.
Yeah.
So-
You guys left our waters. It's robbery.
So I don't quite understand that, but okay.
It okay, it's fine. So again, this goes back to the discussion that we were having earlier before the session started. Are we going to hang out around Cars for a while, or are we going to try to head back to the homestead?
You
Or
can
are
take-
we going to go? Or are we going to go and do counter piracy against Minok? We could do that too.
Yeah, you can take the boat and stay here.
Well, we could take the boat and stay here, but if we were going to do that, why wouldn't we take the villa?
Yeah.
The boat gives you a lot of mobility
It's
And a-
true, but it's also
and,
more
a, and a
expensive.
chance to make some money.
Yeah,
But-
The villa
that's
makes
true, I
money,
guess.
though, right?
Yes, it does.
So, the villa could eventually
Well,
pay for a boat.
the villa could make money.
Okay.
We just have to learn how
How
to make
much-
good wine.
How much land comes with the villa?
So it's north out of town. There's a bunch of fields out there, and then going up into the hills toward the ocean. So that's headed east, and then so the hills go up, and then they drop down, and up on those hills is where a winery is, and so the villa is surrounded by the hills, and that winery. So it's been out of production for, I don't know, 3 years or so. How many acres are we talking about? I don't know.
Actually, completely out of game. You answered my question, because my question was, what's the possibility of there being caves and adventure opportunities that come with the villa? So, something up in the hills screams caves and dungeons. So that actually answered my question.
Oh my goodness. Well, Herman will mention that the reason it's vacant is because there was a raid by goblins that killed the family that had, and a lot of the people nearby, that had been working that area.
Goblins, you say?
Yeah,
And I'm assuming that the Baron hunted these goblins down and killed them.
they came in on boats and raided the area and left, probably to Minok.
fucking Minoc.
I mean, that is the thing to consider if we go with the boat. We'll have to deal with.
Yeah,
Minoc
I mean, Minoc pirates, yeah.
And probably say, like, we'll have to deal with those something in a different language, Minoc pirates.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it just took a second to get what you meant by saying that.
I'm just gonna look at him funny, make another note in my he's possessed log, and drive on.
It does sound like a very devilish language, I might add.
So German.
The Russian.
Oh yeah, there we go. Slavic
Mine's
languages,
German.
that would be
Mine's
perfect.
German. The
those-
Karelians.
The Russians speak Orcish.
What's Karelian then?
Japanese.
Oh,
Completely
Yeah.
foreign.
certainly alien. Yeah, Asian.
Raymond is really ambivalent. As soon as it was they mentioned Goblin Raiders in the villa, I was gonna say we should go and deal with the villa and kill the goblins, and then he said there was a naval raid. So
Now we're stuck back on the boat again.
now we're stuck back on the boat again. I really have no strong opinions either way. I mean, we need to figure out a way to get word back to Telgar. It doesn't necessarily have to be us that delivers it, as long as we can figure out a way to do it.
I mean, is that something that you fangled magic types can whisk messages across the world?
I can't do it personally.
But could the Mages Guild?
Or could it be learned? Like maybe it's something we hunker down and you guys do a little research and improve that wizardly understanding. And
I look at Wes.
We could. Yes.
if nothing else, if we pick up the villa, and even if we do decide to venture off every so often, we do know someone locally we could probably convince to help maintain and keep the place in good working order. I think we could potentially convince Hedda
So help me.
Hedda
I
and
knew
her
it.
daughter.
God damn it! I knew it.
That's going to take a lot of convincing. She
That's
hates
gonna take
Brian.
a lot of convincing. Sorry. Somehow I knew. Actually, the person that we could have to take over the villa is Tindo.
Yeah, actually, all of our other player NPCs.
Tindo and Alvis.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't seen him in a while, but Tindo's in car somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably at the table here, given that she was at the mines as well.
Yeah, you're probably right. But
well, Herman's going to
so
say,
much for my
while
quick
you
and
guys
easy
are
answer.
thinking about this, I'm going to go feed the cats, and I'll be right back. So he steps out. finds a can opener. I'll be right back.
Can opener. What kind of sorcery is that?
It's great for getting through heavy plate.
Speaking
All
of
right,
plate,
so it sounds like people are leaning towards the villa. And like I said, I'm completely okay with the villa or the boat, either one.
I don't have any compulsion or story reason to go home. And going home is an extensive journey, right? All I'm thinking is that we're here and going home is hard.
My only concern is we were actually sent out originally to do something. And if we don't go back, all of the information that we have about Minok is of no value to Lady Tamriel. So I would like to figure out a way to get that information back to her. That's my only concern.
And I guess that's where the whole magic comes into
Yes,
it.
I just want to say that because you're right.
And actually, does going home, is that required for the rangerness that was being sought after?
technically, yes. Lord Kirk is back home, so eventually Alexander is looking to return. However, at the moment, aligned with Runt's thinking, we're here. We have access to a villa and a boat now. There's still stuff we can do here, especially if we can get that information that we're required to sent back without us leaving. I think staying's not a bad idea at all. So Alexander does not have an issue with staying here for the foreseeable future. Yeah, the villa or the boat. Yeah, I know. Oh no, villa or boat. Yeah.
Well, and if we could talk him into it, but no.
There's no way.
Maybe we could give up all the swag
to have
for
both
the
of
villa
them?
and the boat.
I would only prefer one or the other. Only one mini game.
It's
only
mostly
one
a
mini
joke.
game. That's fair. That's fair.
It's mostly a joke. We're good.
Okay, true. Alexander, like Ren doesn't have any specific reasons to go for either or. I think the villa might have a little bit more to do specifically here and would give us more access to do stuff here, whereas the boat would then give us access to what's the M place?
From a role playing standpoint, I think the villa is a better choice.
I agree. I think the boat is sort of if you guys really want to go back, here's your option.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why Bruce put it out there.
I think we should go with the villa. That's just my take. I'm okay with whatever the party decides. Alexander definitely doesn't have a specific push.
And the villa, it just sounds so glamorous.
Considering that it's going to be like 3 huts and a great bush.
Oh, it's going to be like one of those fucking mobile games where it's just like completely trashed and you have to fix everything.
Oh yeah, I completely expect that. In fact, I would be surprised and a small amount of disappointment if that's not the case.
Mm-hmm.
That's the impression I've gotten.
Yep, looks like we'll do the villa. And if there is land out there, then Alexander will be able to hunt any of the forest areas or search
the other thing
places and catch if there's any residue of the like you were saying earlier, the goblins or any kind of caves.
The villa also offers us the option of expanding the Baron's lands.
Which does make us look better in his eyes, yeah.
Exactly. So I think there's a lot of pluses for the villa, and it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of negatives.
Mhm.
Yeah. There could be, yeah. There could
It's
be
entirely possible.
a relative translation, yeah. The Alexander does, however, fear for his connection to Allure because his teacher is back in Telgar or in Hamlet. So his
Well,
spiritual connection to his god's kind of uneasy at the moment. He doesn't have anyone here. There could be.
Well,
That's
and
something to communicate
if we
with
have a
the.
villa, if we have a villa, you can make yourself a place of worship.
Oh, true.
I mean, that's what I'm going to do.
I'm not a druid yet, but essentially, yeah.
Yeah,
that
but
would be the.
skip the ranger thing. Just go straight to druid.
So I was talking to Bruce about that, but I think both my character as well as just the way I want to play the character goes way too close to the ranger side to do the druid thing.
You know, that has never
as much-
stopped you all from pigeonholing me into cleric, now has it?
Hey, I said you could be a paladin. I think you could be a paladin, especially since Tindo's such a good cleric already.
If Wes wasn't a paladin, I would lean more towards that. But you know, having two paladins in a group
Wes
is
is
like
a
oil and
wizard.
water.
Wes isn't a paladin.
Oh well, there we go. That might actually work then.
A paladin of math. How awesome is that?
I'm back.
Yeah. Yeah, how that would be, you know, we had this discussion about armed librarians before.
Professor.
I was going to say a paladin of math. That's a librarian.
That's a 40. That's a 40K librarian. There's a picture on Discord. I put it up the last time we had this conversation.
Yeah, Warhammer 40K librarian.
What I need to figure out is see if there's a 30K librarian that looks better. Because apparently the Games Workshop has come out with the Horus Heresy era 40K stuff, which is like 10,000 years earlier. So they call it 30K.
Oh. That's interesting.
So anyway. Can I ask you a metagaming question, Bruce?
Of course.
Are you prepared for either decision we make?
Yes.
Okay. Then I will let the rest of the party tell you what we came up with.
We're going to split the party. Half of us are going to stay in the villa, and half of us are going to take the boat.
That was not conceived. We only want half ownership in the villa and half ownership in the boat, and we'll split our time between them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we probably would need 51% ownership in the boat, because that way we could tell it where to go.
But yes, we are inclined towards the glamorous villa lifestyle.
Oh my God! Wait till you get there.
Oh no!
Is it worse than the moat house? Oh, please tell me it's not worse than the moat house.
So the description that we I forget who it was that came up with this. I think it was Dustin. Was, you know, those the stupid pay to play games that you see on Facebook and whatnot with the rundown house and the
oh yes.
And that's what we're expecting.
Oh my God.
In fact, it would not surprise me if after we got there was like a little pop-up from the Baron that says, "Would you like actual functional windows? For the small fee of 10 gold, you can have functional windows."
Yep, and on the inside there's a thing on the wall that you can paint the walls, or you can change the quality of the roof.
Right. But you design the whole thing as a pay-to-play experience.
And The building has to stay the way it is unless you permit it for every change. So we
That's
got to
right.
grease the
That's right.
wheels every time we want to do something.
That's right. Yep. But you can improve it by putting a well in. But like you say, you've got to permit it.
Mm-hmm.
oh my God, you guys are killing me.
Somehow you managed to hit the septic tank.
Wait, isn't the septic tank supposed to be below the well?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We know what we're doing.
Yeah, now you got to dig a new well, so now you got to get a diviner out there to to find water. So you got some old crotchety guy with a used stick walking around. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so what are you telling Herman? That you're inclined to stay in the area and you would like to
Cars seems to have a lot of potential. There's a lot of opportunities for us here. Given this chance, we'd kind of like to stay for a while. So,
And I feel like if I were to go anywhere, I'd be leaving part of myself behind.
Oh my.
are we really doing this just so that you can recover your leg?
No, I don't want to recover my leg.
But he looks at you kind of oddly.
He wants his soul back.
Your soul?
It was taken whenever he found the new language. And he was possessed.
It's an in joke.
So the temple has been made aware of your situation, Runt, and they've encouraged me to suggest that you go visit them.
Okay. Well, thanks, I guess.
Okay.
So, he described where this villa was earlier. Do we need any other information to get there?
Well, if
I mean, if I drive in the hills till I see the first villa I see, I suspect that will not end well.
so, as it happens, I have the key here, and if by chance you were to choose the villa, I was to inform you. And he pulls out a scroll and a pen and inkwell that is, and he will unroll the scroll and he will read through the how to put it, the occupancy agreement is effectively what it is, but it is between you and the Baron. More specifically, it's signed off by the Chamberlain, but it appertains to your residency at the villa, and it's named. I'll come up with a name for it. But the bottom.
Actually, at this point, I believe we should come up with a name for it. But go on.
Wes is Wis.
Runt's rum.
Wes's Winery for true love.
oh God, that's too funny. So no, the villa's already named. If you want to run a winery, that's a different matter altogether. So So yes, this is the document that gives you permission to occupy the premises, and in this agreement, there are how do you put it? Your duties and obligations to its uh, maintenance and um, uh, well-being, I suppose. Um, in other words, you're going to be in trouble if you burn the thing down.
Even
Okay,
though it's abandoned and crap now.
that's right. That is exactly right.
The
the
expectation is that we're not going to make it worse.
No, the expectation is that this is it, so.
Yes.
When the tax man comes by to value your property, right? He will typically value it much higher than the going market value, right? Right? You're all aware of
Right.
that for tax
I,
purposes, how that works?
I've seen that meme. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So that's what we have here. Okay. The document is obligating you to care for and maintain the Baron's property in in good order, right? And if that is not accomplished, um, that reflects on the Baron. I mean, that's not in the document, but Wes will be able to point out that this will reflect on the Baron, and that will not go over well. So be aware, and be aware that this same document would apply to the boat as well. If the boat isn't well maintained, and particularly if the boat isn't generating some kind of income, that might not go well. But less so with the property itself. That is to say, the villa. Okay. So it's not necessarily expected that you're going to run a winery out there. That is within the possibility of the villa, but it's not a requirement. It is a requirement that you properly maintain the valuable property of the Baron, though. Okay, is everybody clear on that?
All fair.
Yep.
Okay, so this is a giant money sink for your income. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? Right.
Yes, but the ship
So,
was too, so that's fine.
but yes, that's true too. Either one of these would be, yeah. Uh, the boat is a hole in water for your money, and the villa is the gaping hole in the land for your money. So, all that said, everybody signs off on the agreement, and Herman will schedule a tour of the properties in, a couple days from now. All right?
Fair enough.
All right. Well, um, there are some things I should disclose. He goes to another document. Each of the items has been how to. There are some interesting side notes. I suppose the most interesting of which is the dagger. The dagger of elven make, by the way, is twice enchanted. It will detect the presence of undead, as no undead have been available at the time of this examination. We're not sure exactly what the radius of detection is, but it will glow a light blue when in the presence of an undead creature of some kind. Yes. It has been assessed. at 600 silver in value. So quite a nice dagger. Oh, by the way, it hits kind of like a short sword, which is to say it's a D6 plus 2 instead of a D4 plus 4. Okay?
Oh.
It's a plus 2 dagger. Okay, so it's plus 10% to hit. Okay. All right. It
So
also had.
from a mechanic standpoint, though, you still use the dagger skill with it, not the short sword skill, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
So Elven Dagger, it has an encumbrance of 0.25. So
Holy cow!
somebody should be making note of all this. Okay, so Elven Dagger plus 2, encumbrance 0.25, hit points 11. Yes. Damage is a d6 plus 2, glows a light blue near undead. Presumably, says Herman, it will glow brighter as it gets closer, maybe? But I don't know. You're more than welcome to go find an undead somewhere and check it out. Good luck
I'm
with
sure we will have that opportunity.
that. He shudders. Anyway, yes, it has an assessed value, as I indicated, of around 600 silver. Although, I might note that there may be some historical significance to this as well. And in fact, there may be, it may be part of a set that is a blade typically accompanied elven items of this type. You didn't find a elven sword, did you? No, of course not. All right, moving on. The broadsword. The broadsword is also twice enchanted. It has 20 hit points. And it has an encumbrance of 1. And its assessed value is 1,250. I forgot to check the damage on that, but it's broadsword plus 2. Was that a D8 plus 2? Plus 3. D8. Yep, D8 plus 3. So, very nice weapon, the broadsword. The pauldron. The pauldron is also interesting. Unfortunately, it's only the left arm, but it is a plus 2 item as well. It has 11 hit points. It is worth 1,200 silver. It has an encumbrance of 1. But even though it sits on the shoulder, its power extends across the left arm, says Herman. So whoever wears it has 11 points on their left arm, not including what else they might wear on their arm. So, very nice item. I believe that covers the. Oh, and then of course the egg. The Guild of Mages assures me that the egg will incubate so long as it is not damaged in some way. So it's up to the egg whether it survives or not at this point. It's in a special incubator. Yeah, otherwise it would have perished. The egg has an assessed value of around 2,000 silver.
Just out of curiosity, since I'm not familiar with eggs of this sort, how long should we expect it to incubate before it hatches?
He shrugs. I have no idea.
Fair enough.
There was considerable discussion, I might add, in the Guild of Mages. Well, I don't need to go into the details, but yeah.
I can only imagine what that discussion must have been like.
Well, in all honesty, your patrons and myself, well, there's a great potential for discoveries within the vault. And in lieu of certain remunerations from, and he waves his hands at the tray of stuff, versus the potential of future rewards, my associates and I leaned more toward the future returns.
I can appreciate people with vision.
So, if there's nothing else, I believe we have concluded our business.
Well, I suspect that we have. Obviously, if there is any service that we can provide in the future, do not hesitate to reach out.
I saw something curious earlier when we first got here, and is any of that? Is it possible it's for sale?
Everything's for sale, of course. What'd you see? Something you're interested in? He seems to have turned all salesmen all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I'll kind of get up and kind of thump my way over to where it was at, and try to pull it out. And
okay, hang on. So it's kind of buried in a bunch of other stuff. Roll a percentile.
24.
All right. So you can see that if you're not careful, you're gonna, this whole stack might come down on you.
I will
do you some help,
not
Brent?
do that. Yeah, I'll kind of point to him what it is that I'm after.
Oh, that. Okay, I can help you get that.
I'm sorry, were you pointing to Alexander or are you pointing to Herman?
Probably Herman, because it's his stuff and I don't want to just go through it. Yeah.
Okay. So Alexander, are you gonna jump in there and
He'll try
thing
to,
up?
but if Herman stops him from touching anything, he'll kindly not. But Alexander will assume he was being spoken to and try to help.
Okay. Roll a percentile.
Oh, okay.
Well, what did you expect would happen?
Oh, I expected to help, not attempt, but okay. Hopefully this is good. Not good.
Okay. Alexander steps in, reaches across, pulls the thing, and roll another percentile.
Oh no. 60.
Okay. So everybody in the immediate vicinity needs to make a dodge roll to avoid the stack falling on them. Runt, I believe I gave you a negative as a consequence of your missing leg to maneuver rolls like this.
We had not determined what you wanted to do, but a negative was what I was inclined towards.
Yeah.
Whatever
So
percent that would be, I'm good with.
Oh, just out of curiosity, can I catch it as it's falling?
well, you don't understand. There's imagine a pile of stuff.
Yeah, I think I took a book out from the bottom.
No, I'm
Yeah.
asking because I rolled a 1.
Okay, you dodge out of the way.
Okay.
Nimbly, I might add.
With a check
Oh,
mark?
not me.
With
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that'll get you a check mark on your dodge. Okay. All right. So, Brunt, I'm going to call this absurd, which is minus 75.
Okay.
Oh no.
Well, then I'm at like
Okay. Yeah. The stack is
150.
falling on you.
Yeah.
All right, and let me roll for Herman.
Herman's dead.
Oh no, that's not what's gonna happen.
He does not dodge. In fact, he fumbles.
Oh no.
Herman's dead. We get to loot the store before we tell anybody that Herman's dead.
All right, Runt. Oh, Alexander, did you make your dodge?
Oh, my dodge. I have not rolled my dodge. I will roll my dodge. I almost made it, and then I didn't make it. I missed my dodge.
Okay. I would allow Raymond, having critted his dodge, to grab.
What skill would you like for that to be?
I would make that a. That's kind of a grapple where you're going to grab somebody and pull them out of the way.
Okay.
So yeah, you could make either a grapple attack or a fist attack, trying to grab somebody's shoulder or clothing or something, and then it would be a strength thing to pull them back.
Let's take a shot at this. That is a special.
Ooh, look at you. Okay, so you get a check mark on your special.
Yep.
And now it's a strength and dex versus size, strength and size, I believe.
All right. Well, my strength and dex is 31.
Okay, go ahead and roll a percentile.
Hey, Runt, remind me to thank you later for all these check marks.
I think that's Alexander who messed up.
I think that's Alexander.
Okay, fine enough.
Okay, I don't believe he's going to be resisting.
I would doubt
getting
that.
pulled out of the way. So I will call that a success. You successfully grab, was it Herman or someone else you wanted to grab?
Herman.
Okay. All right, you save Herman. However,
I don't know if Runt is savable. So
okay, so the stack falling is going to hit a d6 number of locations for a certain amount of damage each. Runt, you are hit in 6 locations. Wow, it fell on you. The whole stack came down right on you. All right. So I'm going to roll d20s. If someone will keep track of locations, that's a 16.
Can it hit the same location more than once?
Yes, it can. 3, a 5, an 18, and a 19. You get hit in the head. All right. Oh no, actually these are it's like a missile attack. It's not a.
You did 16, 3, 5, 18, and 19, so I need one more.
Oh, one more. Okay. And 15. All right. Okay. Who else was getting hit? Alexander, right?
Alexander, yes.
Okay. Alexander, D6 is 2. You get hit in 2 locations. And that's a 14 and a 9. All right. Having successfully attacked the the stack attacks you. All right. So I need, this is missile location table. You got it? All right. So yeah, let's do Alexander first. Okay.
It's chest and abdomen, yes.
So not a crit. And not a crit. Okay. Alexander, you take in location 14 4 points of damage.
Okay, armor stops that.
You're wearing armor to meet with Herman
Oh, I guess
and have
not.
dinner?
You're
I
right.
would think not.
Good,
I-
good try, though.
True, you're right. Yeah, no, you wouldn't really wear armor.
I would
All
grant
around.
maybe a leather jacket. So you got maybe 1 point of armor all around.
Yeah, I've got the I wear padding along with my Kraboli. So if it's okay to have the padding, then that would be okay. But...
No, padding's armor. I'm talking about.
Okay, then
you know,
yeah, I don't have hard.
yeah.
I don't have a leather. No.
All right. So
I take the full
location
damage.
9 is 2 points.
Okay, 2 points and 4 points.
Correct. And Runt. As you try to dodge out of the way, your stump slips because that's the one you were leaning on to like dodge out of the way. And you fall to the ground and everything piles on top of you.
So the first up is right arm.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The first up is right arm.
Okay, right arm. You are not. Oh, you are critted in the right arm. So that's not good.
Just to clarify, which leg are you missing?
I believe I was missing my left leg.
Oh, so okay, so left leg and right arm. This is going to be really impressive.
All right.
We'll just
Uh,
talk
Anyone
about-
died by bookshelf before?
I'm about to.
I think I killed a party member with a bookshelf.
You take 6 points of damage in that location. And it will void armor, of course, being a
I'm
critical.
not wearing any armor.
Ow!
Next up is right leg.
You are not critted in the right leg. You, however, take 4 points to the right leg.
Okay. Next up is left leg, so I don't take any damage.
Not true. Not
I
true.
don't have a left leg.
Well, it's like, knocked off at the kneecap. You've still got a thigh or something. It's not like it was taken off at the hip. You can still take damage there.
Okay.
It's not a crit. And you take 2 points there.
Okay.
And not a crit. 2 points.
Arm again.
Not a crit. By the way, the stack can fumble and miss you. You, however, take 4 points.
And then
Ow. Ow. This is not good, not good. Oh, you didn't get critted. That's good. And 2 points there. And the 19, I believe, is the head.
No, that's all of
No.
mine. That's 6.
Oh. All right. Are you totaling it all up? Are you still alive?
No.
How negative are you?
I just took 10, 14, 18, 20. I just took 20. Oh, and I apologize. It was my right leg that I lost. I have it written on my sheet, not my left leg.
Okay.
But yeah, I only have 14 hit points, and I just took 20.
Okay, so you are currently at -4. What is your constitution?
I'm at -6.
I'm confused.
I have 14 hit points, and I took 20.
Oh, okay. All right. So you're at -6. And what is your con?
18.
Okay. All right. The stack basically collapses on, the just inundates Runt. He is kind of battered around. You can see blood coming out from underneath the stack. You could probably see some limbs. He is definitely not moving. And Herman goes, "My God, get him out of there!"
Alexander will rush to start pulling things off of him.
I will of course run up and start spell casting.
Okay, what are you casting?
Healing 3.
Okay.
That was a big pile of stuff.
Jesus Christ.
That's kind of what I'm saying. Well, probably not, but by the power of math, there, get your 6 points.
Yeah. So
That puts me at 0.
okay, and that will
Yes,
occur.
but you're not dying now.
That's yeah. He's at 0. Okay. Yep. And that occurs. Actually, he's at -1 because that same round he's going to lose a point.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to do it again next round. So.
All right. So next round, where's he at?
1, 2, 3. So I heal you for 6 more.
Okay, so you're at plus you're at 5. So you're unconscious. Stuff is being moved out from over you. I'm sure you can clear stuff out to get him out.
Yeah, once I know he's stable, I'll let them clear everything out.
Okay.
And then I'll go back and like do, first aid-y type stuff.
Okay. He has lots of contusions and lacerations, and I think there's 2 pretty big hits.
I took 6 to the right arm and 4 to the left arm. Well, 6 to the left arm because I got hit in the left arm twice. So my arms are beat to shit. I mean that's more than I have in both of my arms.
Oh yeah, he's totally messed up.
First time, huh?
Dying.
Pat you on the shoulder. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
You get used to it.
You're unconscious.
Oh yeah, he is unconscious.
And you're patting me on my mutilated arms.
No. On the top of your shoulder. I'll leave the cuts alone. I'll hold up the thing I grabbed and say, I think this is what he wanted. Hand it to Herman.
Roll a percentile there,
Okay.
Alexander.
Okay. Hope I grabbed the right thing. Maybe not. 59.
Maybe not.
Was this it? I'll just hand it to him.
I don't know. Why don't you ask him?
I look down. Oh,
he's unconscious.
Check on Raymond. Hey, Raymond, how long till he wakes up? How long am I usually out when this happens?
Well, I was more worried about making sure he wasn't going to die from all the paper cuts. You know that whole death by 1,000 paper cuts thing is a turn of phrase. It's not a way of life. But he shouldn't take too long before he comes back. How far down are you, Runt?
You healed me for 6 and 6.
Yep.
So that was I was at -6, and then so you healed me up to 0, but I was -1 because I was bleeding to death. So I'm at 5.
Right. So how far down is that?
5 out of 14.
All right. So I'll do this again.
Okay.
All right. So that's 7. So you're at almost full.
5 and 7. So yeah,
You're at 12,
I'm at 12
out of 14.
Okay.
So, in theory, you should come to somewhat soon. I will gently try to bring him back to the world of the conscious.
Okay.
And when he comes back, I'm going to look at him and say, "You really need to get that leg fixed."
That was great. So yeah, some time's going to go by before he'll come around. But Ron, I need you to make a sanity roll.
I made him go insane. Oh no.
11 versus my sanity of 86.
You're fine.
86. That's a crazy insanity number.
Yeah, I hate to tell you this. Mine's 89.
It was 89. I lost some last time from losing my leg.
That's fair.
Yeah, I lost sanity pretty quick when I checked out the Howler, but
Yeah.
I don't have a lot to spare, so that wasn't good for me.
Okay. So yeah, you'll come around.
I'll hand him the thing I grabbed. Hey, was this it?
No,
Oh,
it's not.
sorry.
I just like
I'll sheepishly just put it down.
just kind of groan and like I feel like a house fell on me.
Kinda did. My bad.
By the way, just to be clear about this, if you got hit in the head and lost twice your hit points, you would be dead. Right?
I did not get hit in the head, so
Yep. I'm just saying. Just saying, you could have been critted in the head.
Wait, Bruce, can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
So does only some of the damage have to be done to the head for that to be in place, or does the head have to be going twice under?
And it's the same as the chest, right? If you lose twice your hit points in either location, you're dead.
Okay, so the head or chest, if you lose twice, you're okay.
Yeah.
Location specifically, all right.
Yeah, it's just like mingling an arm, right? It's no longer useful.
Mhm.
If your chest is no longer pumping blood, and if your brain is smoshed, that's it.
Important safety tips.
Don't stand under a stack that can crush your head or chest.
Wear armor to dinner.
Yes.
Mm.
Libraries are dangerous in this world. Just remember that.
So it seems.
Oh my god.
Well, are we gonna look for what you were looking for?
Kind of
as I gesture to the pile that has been covering you.
Yeah.
Herman says
before anything, I'm going to turn to Herman and say, is there any particular thing we should know to clean this up?
I think perhaps it would be best if everyone just got the fuck out.
That is fair. And
he is not happy.
No, and he shouldn't be. So.
Well, then which one is he?
He's sleepy.
No, right now he's grumpy. Come on.
That's true. He's grumpy. Yes. Okay. So you all vacate.
I turn to leave.
All right.
Making my apologies.
Okay. The door slams behind whoever's last. And he pulls the drape.
I am sure.
All right, you're out on the street.
Well, we have the deed, so.
And the key.
Oh yeah. And what we should actually do is we should spend a day getting some supplies. Because there's going to be some work that needs to be done when we get there. So, a little bit of lumber and a cart and those kind of basic construction supplies could be really
Okay.
useful
So you're discussing this as you
as we're
walk
walking
back
back.
into, okay, and that's back to the inn. Okay. All right.
So, I th- how far is this?
Well, that's not very clear, is it?
If this was like a day's ride, I would immediately agree with you. If it's farther than that, I
Well,
kind of would like to have some basic supplies.
of course, the problem is none of you are natives, so if you were, you might know which it is. You probably would if you were a native. So
So the first thing we should do then is hire a guide.
that was Herman. He said he would get a coach and stuff and take you out there, and he said he would do that in a couple days.
Okay. I'm not entirely certain he's still going to do that in a couple of days, but we could start pulling some stuff together. And I mean, I'm not talking about anything fancy. I'm not talking anything fancy, just a little bit of lumber, that kind of stuff. So,
Okay.
um,
So here's my suggestion on how to handle this.
please.
Somebody on a piece of paper write down villa and accounts, raw material, and a silver amount.
You're just going to abstract what we get and just do it as a money thing?
Well, I don't know how else to do it because
Okay, no, that's fine.
I don't want to be going to the lumber yard and
Yep.
we need some plywood and 2x4s and a bunch of nails. And
Wes,
how many nails do you need? Well, how many pounds have you got?
Wes, are you Okay, cool. Well, it's not like we don't have it. I mean, if we spend
What if we spend all of the money that we got for the months of the work?
Yeah,
So
if
the
we
40
spent the
from or
20
the 20
silver,
from each.
yeah, that's fine.
That's like 100 silver for the whole villa, or stuff to put towards the villa.
I'm okay with that. You can certainly take my portion.
Yeah, I have no problem with putting my portion towards the villa.
So yeah,
I'll get some
that's
farm
what,
animals.
80. This may not be the trip for that. So that's what, 80 silver?
It's 100 because of Tindo.
All right, so if we're counting Tindos, it's 100.
Yes, I believe Tindo would want to help us with the villa. I don't think she would have a problem with giving her share along with us.
Especially if we promise to build the second best shrine out there for
Oh, for sure. Yeah, she'll love that.
Right.
I put it right next to my Ulur shrine.
Sure. I will actually during this time go by the temple and make sure that I have the appropriate accoutrements to build a small shrine out there.
Okay. So
Presumably I would know what that is.
Well, again, this is time and money. So
right.
What's your I don't know that is something that you would quote unquote do. It's something that you would donate to the church to do, and they would hire a craftsman to go out and build the shrine, and
Okay.
then someone would, well, presumably you could consecrate it, but
It
Do
in
we
that
have
case,
ourselves a master carpenter in Karst?
yeah,
don't we have a master carpenter in the party?
yes,
That's what. Yeah.
I mean,
but it's also materials, so he might be able to do it for you cheaper. But he's, you've still got to have the materials, right? So, and I'm not sure, what would be an appropriate amount. If you consider that the base income is 60 silver a year, and then okay, what is appropriate for a small shrine? If it's 60, okay. If it's 1,200, oh, that's better, right?
well, let's do this then. I'm still going to go. I'm going to have this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask for the church's blessing as we go on this endeavor, and once we secure the area, I intend to return and actually set up the actual shrine itself.
Okay.
And by blessing, I don't actually mean anything with a lot of oomph behind it. I just mean more approval.
Okay. So another consideration here, a permanent use of power typically costs around 200 silver.
Okay.
So
And that's
that's
part of the reason why I'm delaying that a little bit, is because this is going to become more expensive than the resources that we have. So,
right.
So I'm kind of finessing my way around it, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, okay, we're cool.
Yeah. So, and all throughout Europe, at least places that I visited in Germany, there are little shrines all over the place.
Right.
And I doubt that each one of those has a permanent point of power. Just saying.
Probably not.
All right. Okay, so okay, so you want to go to, and which temple is it you're going to, Sylvanus or Lorath?
Lorath.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead and roll a, is anyone else, Wes
had said he was coming with me.
Okay.
I think
Anyone else?
Alexander would like to go.
Okay, what was that, Wes? Yes, of course. Okay, so Wes, Alexander, and Raymond. Anyone else going?
Runt is going the fuck to sleep.
Okay, so
I actually will wait until Runt can come with us, because the suggestion was made that we should go to the temple to talk about fixing his leg.
and he's kind of achy all over.
So I'm
already
absolutely
felt bad
willing.
before
I'm absolutely
I had
willing
a
to let
building
Runt
drop on
sleep
me.
and recover a little bit and then go.
Okay, what were you saying, Ren?
Yeah, I felt awful before I had a house dropped on me and died.
Okay.
My bad about that again.
I mean, it's
Runt,
not like I haven't hit you with something.
Runt, you could milk
True.
this for gobs of piggyback rides. You wouldn't have
Yeah.
to walk anywhere.
No, I'm good.
All right.
Okay, so then yes, the next day I'll head out with.
Okay. You will recover a hit point that night, I think.
Okay, that'll put me at 13.
Okay. And so then everybody's going to the temple.
Apparently.
Lorath. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, so actually, let me get the map up. I have a map, don't I? Where's my map? There it is. This one, I think. Yeah. Okay. Um, all right. So you guys are here. We come out on Center Street and go down here. Then we go up here. Okay, let's see if anything. Right. How are we attired in our trip to the Temple of Lorath?
I would assume my basic vestments, although cleaned up, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
The basic question I'm asking is, are you going in armor and weapons or no?
Oh.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Unless somebody's going to really complain about it, I'm going to take the Elven Dagger.
I'm surprised there hasn't been a discussion about who's getting what.
I'm a little surprised at that too, but
It got overshadowed by death.
that's true, actually. I mean, the full sword would be kind of rude, so. But you can wear a dagger and not be rude about
Can
the
you
whole
wear
thing.
a pauldron and not just walking
one?
with clothes in a left pauldron?
It's my lucky pauldron.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so ambiguous. All right, we make our way to the Temple of Lorath. Let me check something. So when you arrive, everyone make a scan roll.
Give me a sec.
10.
I thought I did good with 24.
So, Wes, as you're approaching the temple, you see up ahead that Lieutenant Krim was talking to a couple of the guards out front, and she is turning to go back inside.
You do what with her? Oh, okay, good. 'Cause that's not what I heard. Oh no, I just wanted to see how you were going to fuck with her.
All right, so you go running up. that will certainly get the guards' attention. And as they sort of come to alert, let me see if she notices. She will certainly notice, and yeah, you'll see that as you come running up from down the street. I'm sorry, what? Well, you turn you turn left, which is north into that street. What is that? Broadmere, and start making your way up. And at that point, you see the entrance to the temple, and everybody makes their scan rolls. So you're a little ways down. Are you okay? All right. Well, she makes her listen roll, so she'll stop and turn and see you all approaching, and she will get a smile on her face and step down to the street and wave at you all and motion you forward. Delightful to see you all. She kind of looks back at Runt. How are you feeling? She says.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've had better days. I probably still I still have it.
Oh yeah, you've got
so
little.
I look like crap.
You do. And she's like, you don't look so well.
You're only
What
down
happened?
1 hit point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, even though the scar, how to put it?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, there's like he's got bruises, and not only is he limping, but he's. So we should make something very clear here. Magical healing is just that. It's magical healing until the natural process of all that healing has actually occurred. You're still kind of, not feeling well necessarily. And to put even a finer point on this, if you walk into, say, an anti-magic shell, all of that healing goes away.
From how long ago, though?
Okay, if you want to get specific about it.
Until your natural healing catches up.
Exactly.
Okay, so like you wouldn't walk in there and it's like scurvy. All of a sudden, all your scars just open up because the scar tissue is an active process that your body's always undergoing.
Right. You're not going to walk into an anti-magic shell and say, "Oh, well, you got 5 points of healing 5 years ago. They're gone now." No.
Well, yeah, it would be like doing the damage again. So you just walk into an anti-magic range, you just disintegrate because of all the damage you've taken over the years. It's been magically healed.
Anyway, not part of where we are now.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So, yeah. Trim. My goodness, what on earth happened to you? As she's kind of assessing your situation.
I'll blush.
A book fell on me.
I fell over. I'm still getting used to the leg.
Here, lean on me. Let's get you inside. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. Yeah, so she'll help you in.
Wes is thinking about how he can chop off his own leg and not have it hurt so much.
and she will certainly look at you and oh, thank you, Wes. Thank you so much. Yes, get on his other side there.
Hey, Wes, if it makes you feel any better, women love pets.
I got
pseudo dragon, you're in.
What's the pseudo dragon hatches?
I'm not just hopping around.
What?
We got crutches or something along the journey back. I'm not just like hopping around on one leg.
Well, no.
Here, you don't need that. I got you.
Here, I got you. Let me help you here.
Throws it in the street. You don't need that.
Don't pull an Alexander.
Oh, God. Okay, so she's like, yeah, we'll get you taken care of here. Is that your real name? Right, in you go. So, yeah, they'll get you inside, get you seated. Wes, there's some water right over there. Could you get us a cup? So you probably know the difference between the baptismal font and a picture.
I don't know if you haven't actually having Runt drink holy water might be a good idea right now. So I'm not saying anything.
Well, you'll find out. Oh gosh. Okay, so I won't do that to you, but it would be hilarious. What the hell are you doing? Okay. All right. So, boy, she gets Runt situated and comfortable, and thanks Wes for bringing the cup over and hands it to Runt and says, "Now you drink this." She seems to be kind of mothering at this point.
Yeah, I'll say thanks and drink and look at Wes awkwardly, like, what do I do?
Drink the damn water now. And she's like, that's right, a little more. Okay, all right, here, let me take that from you. And she hands it back to Wes. All right.
But did you choose wisely? That's the question.
Oh, at this point, Runt starts getting kind of pale and shrunken.
You chose unwisely.
He chose poorly. Oh God! All right. What brought you all here today? She says.
I think this is far more important, actually.
Go ahead. I'm not going anywhere.
It was suggested that we come to the temple to talk about Runt's disadvantage.
Oh yes, of course. Wait right here. And she.
I doubt Runt's going anywhere.
Oh yes, of course. She kind of snickers, and then gets serious again.
Because that's not supposed to be funny, damn it.
That's right.
I mean, Runt would laugh at it. He made the same joke.
Okay, she'll come back with one of the priestesses and introduce you all around. So she'll come up and she'll look at Runt very closely, and she'll kind of kneel down and put her hand on your shoulder, and she'll say, "You believe in Elderath, don't you?" She says, kind of questioningly.
I'll respond in a language that everyone doesn't understand.
That sounds vaguely demonic.
Sounds vaguely demonic.
Black speech.
Oh my god. She kind of tilts her head a bit. I'm sorry, I don't speak. You're all from Telgar, right? Telgarese.
It's kind of like, sorry. Yeah, of course I do.
Wonderful. And she kind of straightens up a bit and says,
There's
yes?
no atheists in spider-infested mines.
No, there are not, I'm sure. So she'll then put her hand on Krim's shoulder and say, first, let me thank you all for recovering the artifact. Captain Krim here has... oh, yes, indeed. She kind of blushes a little bit. Has spoken of your valor in the mines, and particularly in relation to the terrible story, but the rescue of the prisoners, and the church would like to extend our gratitude for all that you've done for us. And she again nods to Krim. I don't mean to go sort of long-winded, but Krim has made it known that Runt was injured terribly. She kind of looks at you and, are you feeling okay? You look kind of beat up.
Alexander will turn away again.
Would you like a glass of water? Krim!
No, they already did that. I'm good. I fell over. It's fine.
Well, no wonder.
I'm still getting used to only having two legs.
Yes. Well, that's what I wanted to speak to you about. It is within our ability to restore your limb. It is an effort on our part, and we would ask nothing in return for this service. Please come this way.
I mean, if it's an effort, why would you just do that without, like something in return?
If you feel so moved, you are more than welcome to provide what donation you may wish, but it is not something we will impose upon you, particularly in light of your sacrifice and contribution to our temple. And she nods again to Krim. By the way, Krim does have the sword on her back.
Oh, that's sick. Okay, cool. I'm glad she still has it.
Kind of like lean over to Krim and be like, you didn't actually tell them how I lost my leg then, did you?
I don't either, to be honest.
Fucking around being stupid, trying to get more loot out of the trap. And I was like, the way this is going to go...
Oh, the laser chopped your leg off.
That's right.
Is I'm going to keep trying until I fumble. But I rolled 100 on my very first roll. Like, It was just immediately.
It was awesome.
Not that anybody deserves a misfortune like that, but for 100, you deserved it.
Oh yeah, no, it's freaking hilarious.
Better than when it's better than when the owlbear bit Alexander's head off. That was pretty funny, but not as bad as your leg getting chopped off by the laser.
Okay. So I mean, she'll lean in as you whisper to her, and she says, "Think, here, take my arm. Stand up. We're gonna get you sorted out here." And she will. Wes, get his other side. Come along now.
I'm looking at. I guess since Wes is along for this ride, I'm looking at everyone and like, help! I'm being kidnapped. Religious people are doing things with me.
Only good things, Run. Only good things. Bye-bye.
Oh my God, that's too
I
funny.
promise I'll stay away this time.
I try not to owe debts to the church.
Uh-oh. This is about as big as it gets, regenerating a limb, other than Ray's dead.
Yeah, Ray's. That's what to say. Ray's dead.
Well, we came awful close to that one too. So
yeah, we did.
Oh my God.
Is that the closest we've come to killing a party member completely out of combat, just with books? I mean, the only time someone's died was when Alexander died inside the bear's mouth, the owlbear, when he bit his head.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
that's the only other time someone died.
And we had the whole lobstrosity thing, but you never actually died as part of that. So
yeah,
because my goal was not to have you die, but make sure you hurt as much as possible for that crazy idea.
Exactly.
By the way, Alexander, if it makes you feel any better, I had the same thing happen to me in the other group I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
Where I have a character with 50 hit points, I took 145.
Oh, wow.
Ow.
Over the course of like 10 rounds.
Oh.
Where I would get torn up, they would heal me. I would get torn up, they would heal me. From an owlbear, no less.
Oh, great. That's awesome.
So...
yeah, it does seem the regular trend. Alexander steps forward, and the giant Raymond behind him heals him while he gets whacked.
It's a system.
It works. It's worked so far.
All right, so I will follow behind the gang, the healing gang here.
Okay. So yes, they'll take him off to there's a small shrine, and they'll take him there. And I don't know if there's enough room for everybody. It's like, everybody out. Well, you can stay. She'll point at Raymond.
This makes Runt much more nervous.
Yeah, but the priestess will instruct Krim to clear the room, with the exception of Raymond. And she's right. Everybody out. Yeah. Is anybody going to resist?
No.
Runt will try to hobble out.
Not you. You stay right there. Sit down.
Not you.
Okay. So yeah, Krim will escort everyone else out into the gardens. And we can wait here comfortably while they go about calling upon Lorath. Right. So yeah. So a couple other priests will have joined the Raymond and Runt. They go about the process of casting the spells to regenerate the bone and the tissues, and by the way, Brunt, it is not a particularly pleasant experience.
I imagine it would be.
And they will probably do something to put you out. But
Don't worry, it's just chloroform.
yeah.
Forget me stick.
It's
I've
a
never
holy
been on this end of the pickup line.
It's a holy stick to the back of the head. Right. So while they're doing that, does anybody want to do anything out in the gardens?
Alexander will be peppering the captain with questions about how limb growing back works.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not a priest, so I couldn't tell you much about that other than that they call upon they call upon Lorath to restore him.
Oh, well, I'll keep asking her vague questions, or not vague questions, but just sort of anecdotal stuff. Oh, have you ever seen it happen?
You're just doing this to keep Wes from flirting with her, aren't you?
Maybe.
Wow. Okay. Have I ever seen it happen? No, they usually kick us out, just like now.
Unless you're the one getting fixed. But I mean, I'm not there, so.
Okay. He'll keep listing off questions like, do you know anyone who's happened to? Has it ever happened at like in the field? Is there like an emergency limb restoring session? Is that possible? Just sort of silly anecdotal questions like that.
Okay. All right. Well, at some point she's going to say, "Well, they're going to be quite a while, and I do have other duties to attend to. I could see you escorted back to where are you staying? The Golden Lion, right?" All right. Well, why don't you? It is. All right. So she'll escort you out. Okay. All right. Well, I will send someone along to let you know how things go. You're most welcome.
And I can see the entire way back, Wes is schooling Alexander on how to be a proper wingman.
All right. Okay. So they are going to keep Runt overnight, Raymond. So once their administrations are done, they will release you. I presume you're there for the duration, right?
I'm happy to help with the ritual.
Okay. Yep. All right.
Whatever is necessary.
Lots of magic points.
I'm sure.
And one of them is spending some permanent power.
I will make a note of that.
Okay.
So is there any there's nothing untoward here, Runt doesn't start speaking in tongues and projectile vomiting and
no,
head spinning around in circles or anything.
The tongues part, yes. Head spinning, vomiting, no.
Especially if they did something to make me any sort of delirious, I'd probably actually start speaking in different languages. Yeah.
I suppose that's true. Raymond, go ahead and roll a percentile.
Kidoki. There we go. Lost my dice tray for a second.
Okay.
What am I rolling against, pray tell?
I'm wondering how many languages you pick up on, and you notice 2. Okay. All right. So yeah, the evening will go by. They will get him situated comfortably and sleeping, and you are, of course, released from your responsibilities here at the temple.
And he has a leg.
And he has a leg, yes.
Is it the same length as the other one?
No, it's off by 2 centimeters.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
No, it'll be the same.
How do you
Yay,
feel?
magic. I feel like I just gained like 10 pounds.
Well, it's because you just gained like 10 pounds. I do not suggest your previous experience as a weight loss method.
Kind of lean on it a bunch and try to like wiggle it around and like.
It's all tingly. It's like it's been asleep.
Oh God, this is the
Yeah,
worst.
it
I
is.
don't.
It is the
It'll
worst.
pass.
I did not want like why? Oh God, this is not worth it. Just give me the stump. Oh.
Here, drink this. You go unconscious. All right. So yes, morning will come, and there. So they will advise you, Runt, to take it easy for a couple of weeks.
Take it easy.
Yes, exactly. So
Right.
no strenuous activity.
No actual combat.
Yes, no actual combat. And yeah, that too.
And don't walk
That's
into an anti-magic zone.
yes. More importantly, stay outside of anti-magic shells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
Particularly the kind that paladins project. No, that's a joke. It'll be okay. Okay. And they will call there's they're called palanquins. You know what those are? It's a little
Yeah.
2-wheeled thing that's pulled by somebody. They
Mm-hmm.
will get one of those to take you up to the Golden Lion.
I mean, I kind of wanted to get used to it, but okay.
You'll have plenty of chances to get used to it, I promise.
Yes, by the way, everyone here is that is the priests and the staff and everything is very nice to you, even though you may be a jerk to them.
I'm not a jerk to them, but I feel very awkward about the attention and all of that. You know, I'm not trying to be mean to them. I'm just like, what do I do with my hands? And, you know, I'm in a church. Shouldn't I be on fire?
Exactly. I don't feel comfortable here.
Yeah.
Okay, so they return you to the Golden Lion. All right.
So on our way back,
Mhm.
I'm going to have a conversation with Runt. So while it was a long ritual, of course, you babbled during some of it, which is natural. Don't, you know, but you babbled in Common, you babbled in Norse,
Does he
and
know
something
Norse?
else. you told me 2 languages. I just picked 2 off my list. And you babbled in something else. What was it?
I think I was unconscious, so I don't know that I could rightly tell you.
Is there some language that you know that we are unaware of? Because it might be useful.
Well,
I mean, not like that goofy made up stuff that Alexander does, but
and I will say, in that goofy made up language that Alexander speaks, you mean this?
is it the same language? I mean, can I tell that much?
Well, that's a great question. Go ahead and roll percentile for me. Yes. Apparently, it's contagious.
Wait. Hold that thought. And I'm gonna wait till we get back, and I'm gonna grab Alexander, and I'm gonna grab Runt. I'm gonna say, Alexander, talk to Runt in that goofy made up language you have.
And I'll just start a conversation.
No, we don't need to do this. There's
No, we need to do this.
That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I'll start talking to him in it. Hey, how you doing?
ugh.
Is
What's
it the
your
same
name?
language? Because if it is, I owe Wes like 10 gold.
There's awkwardness and there's definite acknowledgement, but trying to hide that I understand what's going on.
Oh, I'll curse him out then.
So
You
Run.
blarg.
Run.
Right,
It occurs to you that you could pick up some of that gold that Raymond owes, or Wes owes Raymond.
Actually, the way I said it was that I owed Wes, but
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That
Yeah.
Wes, yeah.
Yeah.
Can extort him.
Extortion is not currently where my thoughts are, even though I absolutely could.
Run. If you want to keep it to yourself, that's fine. I won't tell anybody. I just wanted to make sure that that's all it was, because speaking in strange demon tongues after looking at an occult object is like part and parcel of demonic possession. So
Yeah, I get that.
now that we're a little bit reassured from that, you can do what you want with that information.
And I will respond in the weird language and confirm that yes, I can understand you. And
Haha, I'm not crazy. Yes.
At this point, I just look at Alexander and say, no, all we've confirmed is that both of you are crazy, but that's okay. I like crazy people.
and I'll switch into another language and say, in a different language that no one else understands, a whole bunch of other bullshit too.
Okay, I didn't pick that one up, Raymond.
I'm just gonna look at you, look at Ryan. You're like a damn onion, aren't you? And I can walk off at that point.
Is it a rotten onion?
I don't know. We have to get to the middle to find out now, don't we?
Oh God, you're gonna cut me open in my sleep.
Why would I do that? We were already halfway there, and I pointed the leg.
And I helped get you unconscious.
I think probably just start having a conversation with Alexander in Carillion about possibly dreams affiliated and associated with it. Like, hey, this is kind of where I feel like this came from. And have you been having these? Because I think the language would actually have words to put a lot of those things into context that we wouldn't have in common.
That's correct.
Ah. Have I also been having these dreams?
So remember when it first came about?
Slightly.
Okay, well, so along with that was a, sort of a dreamlike state where there was some exposure to the high-tech world.
Okay. Yeah, Alexander will bring up his anecdotal evidence. Yeah, I saw this. I remember that. So you're saying you saw something very similar to that?
Yes. And not only did I have those visions of such things, what kicked this all off again was seeing something from that world in that stack that got dropped on me.
Oh. Okay, here's the plan. We're gonna break into his shop tonight, okay? You got your leg?
No!
What? Why not?
Definitely not. I owe the church so much fucking money. I'm not about to get arrested.
We're not getting arrested, and it has nothing to do with the church. We have to know what that is.
I don't even know if we're going to be able to find it again.
It's in the pile of stuff covered in your blood. We should be able to find it.
I'm sure he's cleaning the place up. So who knows where things get put back.
You're right. He could move things around. We need to go back, though. Maybe we don't break in, but we need to go back.
Yeah, let's give him a few days to not be pissed off at us.
I don't think that's possible. I think everyone just stays mad at me. This is the way Alexander understands it.
We'll maybe when we check in a few days to like see if he's actually going to escort us out to the villa.
Oh yeah, he's gonna escort us out. Okay, yeah, we'll do it then.
Okay, we're gonna let a day go by.
Yeah,
kind of hang out at the.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you spent a day at the temple, so technically this is day 2.
I'm going to sleep and get my PowerPoints back because you said that I spent most of them.
I did.
You did, so.
All right. So yes, Herman is not going to show up today, but later that evening, he will send a letter saying that he's available to escort you out to the villa tomorrow morning.
That works for everybody, right?
Yeah. We can just show up early.
We'll tell the courier that. Is there a time attached to this, or just tomorrow morning?
Or where?
Yes, at the Golden Lion.
Okay.
And a stage will be brought by. And morning typically is going to mean after breakfast.
That's okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
We'll tell the courier, please tell Herman that we are grateful for his generosity and we look forward to seeing the coach in the morning.
I would be delighted to take that message to good Mr. Herman, and he will extend his palm out toward you.
Of course he will. What's the appropriate amount
copper
for
piece?
This? A copper? I'll give him 2.
Okay. All right. And off he goes.
All right.
Okay. Does anybody have anything they want to do in town for the remainder of this day?
Alexander's gonna badger Runt about going to Herman's shop.
Well, Runt is leaving and going for a walk around town looking for Hedda.
Okay. Are you going to follow him around, Alexander?
Yeah, I'll follow him around. So what are we doing? We're going to Herman's shop, right?
No, I'm looking for Hedda.
Oh. Okay, we can do that too. Then we'll go to Herman's shop.
All right. Wes, you had something? Okay. Are you going to be looking in any particular area? Oh, God, I thought you were going to say the temple. All right. And Raymond, your activities?
I have pretty much done everything I needed to do. So
All right.
I'm spending most of today resting, getting my PowerPoints back.
Okay.
I'm boring.
All right. So let's take these one at a time. Wes, on finding a weaponsmith and or silversmith. Yes, there are silversmiths and there are weaponsmiths. Okay. As it turns out, there's only one, and he's employed by the Baron. Yeah. Okay. All right. And make a luck roll as you make your return trip. And what's your power? I'll probably make it. Okay. Yes, you will see Captain Krim somewhere in the temple area as you casually wander by. Okay. Very good. She, of course, will ask after Runt. Now, she will take that for a moment, and he really hadn't ought to be on it just yet. He should be resting. Perhaps we should go find him and get him back to the inn.
Dear God, no.
All right. So, yeah. So, wait here a minute. And she will go back inside, and she's going to put a little bit of gear on, and then she'll come back out. She's wearing her cloak and, of course, her sword. And where do you think they're going? Okay. Could be, could be. Right. Well, let's go see if we can find him. He needs to get off that leg. It's way too early for him to be out and around. All right. Okay, so you guys go off looking for Runt. And Runt and Alexander are looking for Hedda. So, Runt, where are you going?
The same place I ran into her before when she was grocery shopping, because that implies she
Okay.
lives in the area.
All right. That's down by the market area. Okay, both of you can make rolls. It is, yeah.
Oof, 87.
Well, I can only have one of these up at a time. So there you go. There's the other side. Right.
Well, let's find out.
Right. So, Runt, I got an 87 from you.
Yep.
And Alexander?
28 for Alexander.
Okay, so neither of you will see her. All right. So, yeah, kind of hanging out, market area. Yeah, so you go across Eastgate Square, and then you go south past the mill, across the bridge into the market area. That, by the way, if you're not clear, that's down here, and that's also where Herman's shop is.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'll point it out when we come across. Hey, we haven't found Hedda. There's Herman's shop. Want to stop in real quick? Yeah, I think we should go.
Well, I mean, since we're here,
Yes. Start hopping over to the door. I'll hold it for him. Come on, cripple.
Okay, so this is Herman's shop right in here.
Okay.
It's these two buildings. All right. So. All right, as you enter, you don't see Herman, but you do see the shopkeeper, and he will look up as the doorbell rings, and he will immediately jump up and rush to the door and ask you, before you get very far in, how he can help you.
the other day, I had seen something here that I was interested in, and well, we got a little distracted. I got a little sideways, I guess, and didn't get a chance to actually look at it. So I was hoping to try to find it today.
I see. He seems a little bit nervous, and he says, "Well, I'm afraid I can't let you into the warehouse. That, of course, is not open. But perhaps if you came back next week, I can help you find it.
Next
maybe.
week?
What? Yeah. What's that about?
Or maybe 2 weeks. That would be much better."
And
Well,
why is that?
He in fact is kind of going toward the door. And he's kind of smiling at you as he opens the door.
I'll pause and look around the store. And is there a back entrance, or is there a door to the back area behind like the cashier's register kind of thing?
You mean the door that goes into the warehouse?
Oh, it's a door that goes in the warehouse. Okay, yeah, that's what I was asking about. Okay, I'll smile politely and say thanks for your time. We'll sure be back, and I'll usher Runt to follow me out.
So is that out into the warehouse or out onto the street?
Oh, out into the street.
Okay, yeah, he's like standing right there holding the door for you.
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
pull Runt out.
All right, and as soon as you leave the building, the door closes, and a little sign comes up that says closed.
That's weird.
I don't like that at all. Let's go around the building. Warehouse on the other side, right? And is there a fence right in between? Can I make a dot? I can. Is there a fence right there?
No, there's an alley.
I would like to go down that alley.
Okay.
I'm looking for a back door or side door to the warehouse.
Yes.
Do I see any?
Yes. You don't have to make a scan roll to see a big door.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Just wondering. It's gonna be sus right now. I'll look back at Runt and say, I think he's trying to hide something, and I want to know what.
Well, I think he's just nervous because, like someone almost died on their floor.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, let's.
Looking for this object that they all of a sudden have in the warehouse instead of in the front.
Yeah, but they don't know what it is. We didn't talk about it. I just said something I was curious about.
And now I'm curious about it, and that's dangerous.
Yes.
This is something that I've only ever seen once of, and kind of changed my perspective of what's going on. I really want to see more of this.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still trying to get used to the new leg, and I'm kind of tired.
That is fair.
I think I need to. Let's find some place to just hang out for a little bit.
Okay.
Is there happen to be any from where the shop is, food places near that we might be able to hang out at and kind of watch and see if the shop guy opens back up or leaves?
Yeah, there's a market there, and there's food vendors all over the place. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I want to hang out nearby and watch.
Okay.
Sweet.
So yeah, about 30 minutes will go by, and you'll see the guy come to the door, and he'll look through the curtain. Let's see if he spots you. No, he didn't make his spot roll, so he'll open the door and kind of look around up and down the street, and then he goes back in, and the sign says, "Oh, open."
Okay, now that he's in the front, I say we ask someone to go in and start asking about, and we go in the back.
Or we just go in the front again, and he closes again, right? And then we sit down and we hang out for a little bit more. And then he eventually opens back up again. And then we go and we're like, hey, we can either play this game all day and you guys get no business, or you can tell us what's going on, right? So we can kind of extort them for the lost profits for being open today.
I see. I like that idea. Okay, I'm cool with that.
So that's the plan.
Yeah, we'll go back inside again. The front door.
Okay. So like 30 minutes or so go by. He opens up the shop again, and you guys go back.
Okay. I'll let Runt do the talking this time.
All right.
Thank you.
So so you come to the door, and you open it up, and he looks up.
Hey, I couldn't help but notice you said you were going to be closed for 2 weeks, and then the sign was open again. So, we were still in the area, so I figured I'd stop by and see.
Oh, and he's rushing around the counter, and he will before you come too far into the shop, he will, come up to you, and he's like, "Oh, no, I didn't mean that. What I meant was that I could. I'm really busy, so I won't really be able to help you find what you're looking for a couple of weeks.
You're right.
Maybe
You are really
maybe
busy.
3."
Is there anyone in here right now?
No, it's just him.
Let's kind of look around, and so you helping a bunch of other other customers right now or something?
He kind of furrows his brow. He kind of looks around. No.
Then I'm. But you said you were like really busy.
Oh, well, to go searching through the stacks. I mean, I haven't even cleaned up the mess yet.
Oh, that's wonderful. That means it should be right there, and I'll go right over to the mess.
Okay, I think you're confused. It's not in this building. It's in the warehouse. This is the shop.
Well, yeah, but the mess is still there. So, like, he'll walk back to the warehouse door. Like, he'll start walking.
No. Oh, you start
Yes,
walking.
me. Sorry. Yes, Alexander
Okay.
does.
So
Alexander will say, "Oh, that's where it is." Okay, he'll just go right back to where he knew the mess was.
As you start to move in that direction, he will step in front of you and hold his hand up and say, No. The warehouse is off limits to customers.
Am I actually a customer if I've never bought anything?
He seems puzzled by the question.
Well, I mean, if it's off limits to customers and I've never bought anything, I'm not really a customer, right?
So he'll take a deep breath and kind of look at you and then say, Are you here on business? As in looking for something?
Kind of here on curiosity.
Well, we don't sell curiosity here. We may sell curiosities, but we're fresh out of curiosity. So if you wouldn't mind leaving, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Are you going to close again and pretend like you're not open when I leave?
Maybe.
Okay.
He seems to be getting a little bit flustered.
Yeah.
And so what happens if you don't sell anything today?
Or tomorrow, or the next day, or the next. And I'll stop there.
For about 3 weeks, actually.
He kind of sighs.
We made a big mess, and we feel very bad about it. And we would honestly help you clean up if you would let us.
Perhaps you should take that up with Herman.
Herman's not here right now, and I think you're in charge when he's not here, right? You have the authority to make that decision.
He kind of looks at you, and he'll look at Runt. Perhaps I didn't make my meaning clear.
Dang it.
Herman's mad at us because we broke his shit.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
Well, to be fair, his shit broke me.
Maybe he shouldn't have stacked his stuff up like that.
As I said, perhaps that is something you should raise with him, not me.
Yeah.
Where is Herman?
No, we should. We'll talk to Herman tomorrow. We should leave it alone. This guy doesn't deserve to have
my wrath. You're right. Okay.
Mistreatment. I mean, if I was just sitting there trying to do my job, I'd be a little annoyed at someone harassing me, right?
Understandable.
I get really nervous when these two are actually reasonable.
We've been in the shop before, right?
You have, yes.
If I were to guess where he would keep a key to the warehouse,
Okay, make a
like,
roll.
like behind the counter or something like that, or on his person. Let's see. 36.
Mm, what's your human lore or insight?
Human lore is 40.
Okay.
So that makes it.
So he probably carries it on his person.
Mm.
Is he trying to usher us out?
Yes.
How difficult would it be with my new leg to fake a fall?
Mm,
I want to fake a fall and pickpocket him and steal his key.
Oh, fall on
Okay.
him. Yeah, okay.
Not on him, just fall. Like, fall when someone is close to you and they're trying to like push you. Like I assume he's trying to get me out the door. Usually, again,
yeah,
people's instincts are, oh, someone's falling.
yeah,
Right.
he's not pushing you out. He interposed himself between
Me and
the back and Alexander,
Mhm.
but that's
Yeah.
is not like standing. He's not he's not like pushing you out or something. But so this seems kind of like an acting skill to me. You could maybe substitute what? Dodge?
I mean, the bumping into people is normal pickpocketing stuff. It's just the falling is staging it as cover.
Right.
Um,
I don't know that I see anything that would.
don't have anything like acting.
Yeah, I think acting would be the appropriate skill for what it is you're attempting to do,
Sure.
which is deceive him of what's actually, what you're actually doing. So I would call that acting, but not having acting, you could substitute another skill. And I'm pretty sure that would be some kind of agility skill, potentially a knowledge skill, like maybe martial arts or something. But we're getting into third order skills. So if you want to roll your dodge, and you would be rolling that at some kind of negative to fake the fall.
I miss it. Against dodge, even without a negative, I miss it.
Okay. I don't know that it would be absurd. I would call it difficult, I think. Does anyone else have any thoughts on this particular?
My only thought was sleight of hand, but that's that's done after the acting part, not really as the acting part. So,
yep. Anyone else have any thoughts on appropriate skill uses for what he's attempting to do?
I'm good with it. I failed, and we'll just move on. I try to fake a fall to get myself into an advantageous position to pickpocket him. I did not succeed, and
Okay.
with that window gone, I'll just leave it and
okay,
head out the door.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So you try to fake a fall, and you stumble instead. Not particularly convincing, I might add.
Or I'm not faking and I actually stumble.
Right. Yeah. So he will see you out and close the door behind you.
Bet you that warehouse door is not that hard to pick.
We don't need to get on Herman's bedside.
We don't. I agree. But we also kind of need to know what the heck that thing is you saw.
And I'll say what it is in not Corellian, but in the other language.
Okay.
And
I don't think he knows the other language. So.
Yeah, I don't know the other language.
Yeah.
I only know.
I mean, it's one of these. It's not a big deal. It's not. We can't do anything with it right now, anyways.
I doubt
just have to
that.
wait.
Doubt it.
No, we
But
can't.
I trust you. I trust you.
And they say, to get it to even be functional, we would need to have and rattle off other stuff in another language.
Okay.
Would I recognize any of those words?
No.
No. Okay.
The words Nova Gun were not included anywhere in that.
No, I was thinking more along the lines of the glasses that control the Nova Gun. That's what I think would be sitting underneath a book or something jammed in there. But if it's not to do anything with Corellians at all and it's a different language, it could be something that has absolutely nothing to do with that at all. But yeah, no, Alexander understands the kind of predicament we're in. And
Okay.
we'll gladly move on with Runt to continue looking for Hedda somewhere else.
Okay.
I think at that point I'd be tired and want to go home. Like,
I want to go home. Okay.
I'm just done.
Okay. All right. So back to Wes. Wes. Where were you leading her, suggesting you go? It was not to the market, was it? It was
someplace much more romantic than the market.
Okay. All right. So you guys are going to stay more or less within the walls to look for them. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so once you get up into this area, where is it you want to go from here? Okay. All right. Maybe she has an idea. Hang on. Well, she suggests that maybe he went out to the wharf to try to relax a bit and take his. Why don't we head out that way? No. There's a wharf out here. Along here. Yeah. Why don't we? Well, let's see if we can find him out here. So. Exactly. So you kind of wander around out here. Well, they're not up here. Maybe he went fishing. Come along here. I'm not seeing him anywhere. Are you hungry? Let's get something to eat. Okay, so you kind of wander around town and hang out with Captain.
What a cute date.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Well, I doubt that you guys will bump into each other given the timing that I'm kind of looking at. So, all right. So you bring her back through here, and well, it's too bad we didn't find them. As you kind of wander up to the temple, it was sure fun hanging out with you. Perhaps we should do it again sometime. And Yes, you do that. She kind of snickers. And we'll go back inside. Bye. Okay, so later that evening, everybody reconvenes at the Golden Lion.
I was watching him. He's fine.
It was slightly strained. Yeah, I know.
Okay, next day we'll arrive. After breakfast, or midway through breakfast, you'll hear a coach pulling up outside.
Well, that's us. Let's go.
I would hope so, because we're not going to be able to put him in the coach. It's not a pickup truck.
Yeah, we got the 2-man pull cart, right?
It's not anything that Herman organized. He talked about getting a coach and
Herman had said
going out there.
Herman had said he was sending a coach.
Yes.
So I did make the assumption that when we got the supplies, we also got a cart to carry them with, because we weren't going to be able to put them on the coach.
Well, why would we get supplies that we don't know what we need, right?
I'm reasonably confident that some wood is going to be required. You know what? Screw it. Just get on the coach.
So, just to be clear, typically the way you would handle this would be to have this is what we need, have it delivered along with the labor and so on. You would hire someone to take care of all that stuff.
Just get on the coach. We'll go up there and we'll see what we need.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So you go on out to the coach. You don't see Herman.
I did not expect to see Herman. I expected to see a coach driver.
And that's what is there.
I don't think Herman's talking to us for a while.
It is not.
I look over at Runt and.
All right. Looking over at Runt.
Oh, I was gonna look over at Runt and point out that Herman's not here. I bet you he's hiding. We need to go back to that shop eventually. But then I'll just step into the coach.
I'm just gonna look at him funny, and then I'll get in the coach.
Okay. All right. Once everybody loads up, you head on up to the villa. It's a nice, pleasant drive out and through the farmlands there to the north. You can see the ocean from time to time, and you go about 15 miles. And then it'll take a turn to the east, up into the hills. And again, you're passing through pasture lands and farmlands. And up ahead, you will see the hills and a little road that goes up into the hills. And you will eventually come to the vineyard. So you pass through vineyards for a couple of miles, and some of them are being tended, but then you'll come into an area that is obviously not being cared for. And shortly thereafter, you will see an overrun villa.
So,
and the coachman will call out, "We're here," and he will my instructions are to wait until you either send me home or to escort you back. So I'll be here for a little bit. At which point he starts taking care of the horses, and he'll get something out to eat for himself.
All right. So the first thing we want to do is we want to make sure the villa is secure.
Okay. Well,
Sweep the house.
well, 15 miles north and maybe 10 miles east. So what is that? 25 miles by
25
horse? Yep. So it's about a day out of town. Actually, it shouldn't be quite that far. It's not quite what I had in mind.
I was gonna say, isn't that like basically Hamlet to Telgar?
Oh, no.
No,
That's
Hamlet
much
Telgar's
further.
4 days.
Yeah.
4 days? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the villa's a day. There and back is no more than a day. And plus a little time in between. So, a couple hours. So you could ride in, take care of business and ride back in the same day. So, yeah, that's what I had in mind. So I think horses will move, 30 miles a day, roughly. So, 15, less than 15, closer to 12 miles total. Okay.
Okay, that's cool. I have a question about the map. On the second map, there's a forest area, a wooded area with a tower in the middle of it. I was wondering what that is. Yes. Is there writing on that thing? I can't tell.
I think it's just a watchtower.
Oh, it's just a watchtower. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the road says to Watchtower Hill.
Is it that's so it does? Okay, so I can't read it. I couldn't read it, so I didn't know if it was
Zoom
writing
in.
or not.
It,
But
you zoom in.
I can't. Oh, I can.
Use the mouse wheel. Zoom in. There you go.
Okay.
Yes. And King's Mill Pond, because there's a mill. See the
There's
mill?
no king. It should be Baron's Mill Pond.
Yeah, it's kind of a joke, isn't it?
Mhm.
Oh, but there will be a king. Oh, yeah.
The machinations. Machiavellian. All right. Unicorn Run. Yeah. All right.
All right. So the first
Okay.
thing we want to do is we want to clear the villa. Make sure there aren't goblins inside or anything.
Do a sweep.
Definitely help take a look around.
Okay. So yeah, it's this road here that you go out on.
Okay.
But Baronial Zoo?
Oh, you know
Dude,
what?
dude's
I
got
do.
Sorry.
I do have myself turned around. You do go north. It's not east. You do go north. Because there's a river. This is a river, and the coastline. Oh, that could come around. I'll clarify that later. All right. So anyway, you head out. I'm sorry. What? Yes, but it's a secret, and it's sinister.
No, not the secrets of Salt Marsh.
Shh. Quiet, you. All right. There are no goblins at the villa. The villa was clearly attacked. There were broken doors, and it looks like there was a fire. And it is not in good repair. There are places that could be made livable with little effort, but for the most part, it will take some repair work and effort to return it to its original
Glory.
I was going to say quaintness.
Quaintness. Definitely not glory.
Well, I will defer to our carpenter as to what supplies we need.
Okay.
And basically, my thought is now that we have some place that we know is secure, maybe go out in pairs and kind of start expanding that circle
Mm-hmm.
and seeing what we need.
Okay. In terms of seeing what you need, that is definitely the carpenter's sort of role, unless anyone else has any kind of skills in that area. Conversely, thinking about the vineyards, anyone with plant lore or farming could likewise roll against those skills to get some sort of assessment as to the work involved in getting the vineyard up and running.
Grapes are not my thing.
I can make an attempt, but I don't know if it'll go well. 48 maybe? Let me look. Nope, 36. Okay. I do not make my plant lore.
Can I check both, or do I just have to pick the one that's best?
Well, normally you would choose and
That's
then
fine.
roll.
Okay. I'm just, since I rolled so poorly the first time, I'm angling for another roll. But
If you have multiple
Grapes
skills, you can roll against multiple skills.
that was my question.
Oh.
So
I thought it was okay.
all right. So I failed at my farming roll, but I succeeded at my plant lore.
Okay.
I just rolled 100 on my plant blower.
That's poison ivy.
I'm pretty sure Runt is convinced that the vineyard is diseased. Start over. Yeah. We're oh my god, we're gonna have to import grapes, and oh my god, it's gonna take years.
We are so underwater already. Oh my god.
Is there any chance my Nature's Law plant spell could do anything?
What does it do? You've
Let me
got the description.
check. Yes, I should have the player's note.
All right, Raymond. You said you made your plant lore?
I made plant lore, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So, did you special by chance?
No, it was a base success.
Okay. Well, basic success will tell you that the plants are basically healthy, but have not been cared for in many years, and so it's but they need some TLC.
But it's just basic pruning, tending.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. The vineyards are in good shape. They just need some love, which
I can get to work on.
Reasonably competent with. Most of us want to be good with plants, so that part's easy. My work here is done. I mean, I'm sure you all are. I'm sure you all are doing other things. So,
did anybody think to bring food?
We have grapes.
I'll go hunting. Is there a forest in the area?
So, how late do you want to get back to town? Okay. So, are we going hunting or are we?
Okay, I
Well,
would.
It's
If that's
just
the
a day.
plan, if that's the
It
plan, then I would just like to go out and check the area to see if it can be lucrative of a hunting or gathering area. Just sort of look around and then come back.
okay, these are vineyards and pasture lands.
It's just pastures. Okay, never mind.
So, they're spotted tree, groves and things like that. And of course, you're going to have animals that are going to move in and through the area. So yes, there's going to be some deer. There's going to be some wildlife, and of course, there's predators that are going to follow those around.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what are we doing? Yes, that is the question. You left in the morning. It took you until like, I don't know, noonish to get out here. So if you spend a couple hours, you can get back by dark. If you spend longer than that, it'll be darker before you get back.
I mean, maybe we leave that sort of thing to the Lord, namely you, and the rest of us who look like a bunch of hooligans don't just go, you know, knocking on people in the countryside's doors.
Okay. So on the way up here, there were, how to describe them? There are tenant farmers. You will recognize those as sort of, smaller hovels. Everyone could make a scan roll. Yeah, let's do it that way.
Also a regular success.
I had a special and then it rolled over, but it's a regular success.
Regular as well.
All right. So, while nobody spotted another villa, there are side roads, and I mean you don't know the lay of the land, but it stands to reason that every 25 miles, 30 miles, there's a roadhouse. You didn't pass one, right? So it's probably further on the road. And it's likely that there are other villas, dotted throughout the area. And those are typically going to be um, locations where I was going to say nobility of Kars maintain residences that oversee the lands around them. So as a general sort of knowledge that you have, that's sort of the situation that you're in here. Okay. Yeah. Effectively, you would have to go off road and look around for where's the other where are the other places that you would want to stop. The alternative is to stop at a tenant farmer's and ply them of those questions.
Could be useful. They might have the information we need, at least on how many people are required to work a villa of that size.
I'm not obsessed by that because that's something we're going to grow into anyway.
Okay. So spend some time at the villa, looking around, kind of getting a feel for things, and then make your way back. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Since nobody thought to bring any food, by the time you get back, everybody is really hungry. Except for the coachman. Apparently he brought a snack.
Good for him.
Okay, so you could wait till you get all the way back to the Golden Lion, which is where he's taking you, or you could stop earlier and jump out and get something to eat before actually getting.
Ooh, I know a place. It's right over by Herman's.
I'm perfectly willing to go wait until we get back. No, I don't actually.
Come on, there's a possum on the side right there.
Hey, so yes, as you're getting in, you're passing by into this area. Why isn't that? Oh, how do I make my dot bigger? Anyway, you're on the road here. You'll start smelling food being cooked, and you'll see people out on the little cafes and enjoying themselves in the evening. And my God, by the time you get back to cars, you're like really, really hungry. All right. Okay.
And I'm used to doing penance and fasting, so that doesn't bother me all that much.
It's probably true. That smells like roast lamb. You get into this area. I smell elk. That's elk. Or deer maybe. But it's venison. Oh, that smells so good. Where are we stopping? All right. Okay. You get back to the Golden Lion and break your fast there. All right. Oh. Okay.
Well, honestly, it's better than I expected.
In that there was nothing to jump out at you, or that you didn't find the dial on the wall to paint the wall?
That it was standing.
Oh.
I mean, I'm impressed that the vines are basically just fine. We could
It's in better condition than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be trash and we're going to like rebuild it, but it's the wineries at least. Plants are okay.
Well, I mean, it did look like there was a fight there, so maybe it's haunted.
It's haunted by the dead people that died there.
We could hope.
Jeez.
We don't
It'd be a good way to test the dagger now, wouldn't it?
Oh, I guess we have the dagger now. Yeah, you're right. We have a ghost fighting weapon now.
All right. Well,
Did we have possession of all of those items at the end of that meeting?
yes, I asked about it earlier, but nobody bit. So
yeah.
Well, namely, I'm asking in regarding to the care and hatching of the egg.
Okay.
In terms of we got to make sure that it doesn't die, right?
I was told that it was in an incubator, and basically, as long as we didn't do something crazy stupid, it would it would take care of itself.
I believe that's what.
Yeah, so I maybe should be a little bit more clear about that. It is going to take some maintenance, right? Some coal or something to, keep it warm. But I wasn't. I'm confident that you can manage to not screw it up.
Okay.
Although maybe that's too much to ask.
Here, we'll just take it on the count that Alexander stays away from it, and everything stays okay.
I do intend that there's some period in which it's going to hatch, and up to that period there's some maintenance roles, and assuming that all goes well, it is not going to fail as a consequence of maintenance. So
Okay.
no, it's not in a quote unquote magical incubator that needs no maintenance. It's got to be fed coal, something to burn, maybe oil. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So yes, keep the pilot light running. All right. So yeah, there's the broadsword, there's a dagger, and there's a pauldron. And I think there is an outstanding question as to where is everything, and the egg. I'm presuming the egg's been transported into somebody's room at the Golden Lion.
Yeah, the egg was my primary concern. When it comes to the rest of the items, Grunt doesn't have any particular interests due to already feeling indebted.
Well, Alexander has no quarrels with donning the pauldron, as he is in front quite often and gets hit a lot. So
the one question that I have, Bruce, is broadsword skill separate from short sword skill?
Yes.
Okay, so each separate type of sword has its own skill. Or do they all fall under the sword skill?
Short sword is different from broadsword.
Okay. So in that case, I can't use the broadsword.
Although you could learn it.
I could, or I could just take the dagger and be done with it, because I can use those. In fact,
yeah,
I'm almost as good with the dagger as I am with the short sword.
I thought you were carrying a broadsword.
You are carrying a broadsword, Raymond.
All right, so somewhere along the way, I've been cheating then, because I started with a short sword, and I think I assumed that swords were one-handed swords were one-handed swords. No, I'm not. I understand where the argument comes from. It makes sense, but on the character sheet, it just says sword.
No,
I started with a short sword, and I switched to a bastard sword because I thought it was the same skill.
Well, from what I remember, the first weapon we found was a steel broadsword that we gave
which I
to
have,
you.
Which I have because I thought that was the same skill.
Okay.
So I'll let Bruce figure out what's the fair way to resolve that.
Have you ever used a short sword?
I imagine very early in the campaign I did, but it has been many, many moons.
I don't.
When we started,
Mm-hmm.
way back when, I was using a short sword.
Okay.
When we got the ancient steel broadsword, I took that because I thought that I could use it, because the character sheet just says sword. So I don't know what the best way is to resolve that at this point. where I'm going with this is, if I can use the broadsword, I would take the broadsword, and if not, I would be more interested in the dagger.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we can resolve that now. We can resolve it offline. We can resolve it whenever. I don't really care.
Okay. Well, my feeling about it is I don't have a bone to pick per se.
Okay.
I think if we were to get all technical about it, one would say, well, your short sword skill is at 57, and you should add broadsword skill or one-handed skill, and we'll come up with an arbitrary number to fill in.
So based on that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the sword skill on my character sheet to broadsword skill.
Well, one-handed sword,
Okay.
one-handed. Yeah.
Okay.
And if you wanted to add short sword, feel free to do that, and put it at a substantially lower percentage.
I'll put it at half.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That being the case, I would be interested in the broadsword if nobody else particularly wants it.
I think it's a pretty easy 4-way split. Wes has the best use of the dragon egg. Raymond probably has the best use of the broadsword, and I think Rent most definitely has the best use of the dagger. So, and Alexander has absolutely no quarrels with taking the pauldron, since that is what he wanted in the first place.
Okay. That all works for me.
Okay.
Okay. This is a regular dagger and not a throwing dagger, though, right?
That would be broken as hell.
Correct. It is a regular dagger. I've got the details on it.
Yeah. So one of the things that we have been a importantly clarified point in the character creation process was that stabbing people with throwing daggers. Which way did we go on it? I gotta look at my sheet. Okay, no, yeah. I have a different dagger for stabbing than I do for my throwing things. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Your throwing skill is down there, and your regular skill is up there.
Yep.
Yeah. And this is not a throwing dagger. But all that really means is it's not balanced for throwing. So it's got there's a base chance that's different for thrown daggers for throwing purposes and regular daggers. So it's not like
this dagger with a 0.25 encumbrance that is expertly crafted is not as good for throwing despite its craftsmanship compared to my homemade throwing daggers by someone in Homblade.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. This is a +2 dagger, meaning it has a plus 10% to hit, which probably offsets the negative that you get from throwing a regular dagger as a thrown dagger.
Yeah. That said, I would almost never throw something that expensive.
Well, that's a different issue, but
you got to get that return to belt enchantment.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, it's a +2 dagger. Do I need to read this out again?
I just have one question, but go ahead.
Like that. Oh, I was just gonna ask. I would like that because I would like to write down what the Paladin thing was because I was looking back in the journal thinking Brian had written it down, but he has not written it on the journal yet. Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
my
I'll
question
just
is:
take it from the journal then.
is
Okay.
there any modifier what's the strength rank modifier on this bastard sword? Is it normal strength rank modifier or is it special?
It is a broadsword.
Or broadsword, excuse me.
Okay. And it functions in all other aspects as a broadsword. So all
Cool.
those details are in the information you have.
All I needed to know. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. +2.
So by +2, you mean it's a +10 modifier?
Correct.
Thank you. That's what I thought.
It does an additional +2 damage, yes. So it's a D8 +3.
Yep, got that.
I have a question. Is that damage? Is it defined by a magical principle or the material of the weapon? Sorry. Like, is it a steel broadsword with a +2, or sorry, a +1, or is it a normal broadsword with a +2?
I think what you're trying to ask is, does it have a bonus from craftsmanship? It does not.
Okay.
It has 2 enchantments.
So
Okay.
compared to when we ran into the whites or whatever before, and we only had the one weapon that did a single point of damage because
Yeah,
that
my
was
sword.
the only thing that was magical.
Mm-hmm.
Is the full value of this weapon, I believe is the intent of his question, doing magical damage, or is it similar to the experience we had where it would be a vastly limited amount of damage?
So you've only got. So this broadsword is not silvered.
Okay.
So in all likelihood, it's not going to do a whole lot of damage to non-corporeals.
Okay. That answers everything. Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Awesome. All right. So yeah. Okay. All right. So you're in town. So the day will go by. Let's see. You get back. It's late. You eat. You go to bed. Come up. Okay. So the next day. Any plans for the next day?
I think I want to hound Runt again about Herman's place and trying to get into the warehouse secretly. Or we'll bring up the idea to Runt again in the morning, inquiring into what he thinks we should do.
Okay. Is this at breakfast? Or
Yeah, this would be like at breakfast.
Okay. So everybody's there, and you ask for it. So are we going to go raid the place again tomorrow? Today? Are we going?
Tonight, this afternoon?
What?
Oh, guys don't know that like the thing he's trying to find is like totally connected to all the weird crap that's happening to our heads right now? Like waking up with new languages?
Man, my leg's feeling funny. I think I need to go see the church.
You remember that the whole thing I accidentally pulled and then the bookshelf fell on Runt and killed him? Yeah, that thing is like super different, and I'm very Runt, what was that word you said again?
I respond in a language you don't understand that is not Carillion.
Yeah, that thing. Because he can also speak my thing, and I'll use my Corellian tongue. Yeah, I'll say some Corellian words and gesture for Run to respond back in Corellian to prove that we both have that, as well as he's learned some other stuff.
Yeah.
I'm
do
sorry,
what?
what was that? Yeah.
Well, when me and Runt went yesterday, Herman wasn't there, and the shopkeep was very adamant at kicking us out and not allowing us to look further into this object. I don't know if this is because Herman's mad at us because I'm a klutz, or if it's because he's trying to hide it, and I kind of want to know what it is. And Runt has piqued my interest.
Your curiosity justifies trying to break into our patron's warehouse and stealing something from him.
Oh, stealing is a large word. Breaking and entering, however, is exactly what I'm asking to do. But I understand if no one wants to do that.
No.
I don't think that there would have been any hiding anything unless he just dealt with the whole stack. But the shopkeep said they hadn't even cleaned up the mess, so it's probably all just sitting there, right? I just don't think that it's.
But you can understand why he probably doesn't want to let the two of you into the warehouse, I hope. I mean, first of all, the OSHA violation involved in that warehouse accident,
OSHA violation,
in and of itself, would be enough to scare someone away.
True, I understand that, but here's my idea. So if one of you guys nicely started talking to him while me and Runt kind of just snuck back in the back door of the warehouse just to check out what it was, that would be enough. I don't want to take it. I think we just want to see what it is.
I mean, I kind of wanted to buy it from him, actually.
You did want to buy it from him. That's true. You could trade your dagger for it, maybe.
Oh. Again, he
that's gotta hurt.
He doesn't know what it is. I'm just gonna buy it from him.
But you know what it is.
Like you said, it's probably still going to be there in a few days. Let the man calm down a little bit.
I know what its name is. I know what it's called. I know what the others used it for.
Oh,
it doesn't mean I know what.
And can you tell us those things in common?
Yeah. Can you tell us what it does?
It's like harvesting lightning from the sun.
Oh.
That's what I got.
But it seems like it does that?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Huh.
All right, so Steve has an idea, but Raymond would have no clue, so...
Oh, okay, well, Aiden doesn't, so Aiden kind of wanted to know.
Well, I'm not going to tell you, because it makes it much easier to play your character.
But it was all... it was also broken, so...
Oh, you're right, you did tell me it was broken. Could we fix it?
You can barely explain what it is!
Yeah,
all we need to do is find some lightning that comes from the sun, and that could probably fix it.
I don't know that would fix it, but it could unlock more memories, and then maybe learn how to fix it.
Ooh, I like that idea. You call them memories. I call them dreams. Interesting.
I don't think that they're just dreams because, and I'll speak in Carillion, because we don't just pick up new languages from dreams.
Yeah, I'll respond in Krellian. That's true. This is basically fluent. Much better than I understand anything else.
Yeah.
So that did quite surprise me to be just from a dream.
While they're doing this, I'm going to lean over to Wes and I'm going to whisper, we have to come up with a language that only the grown-ups know.
It's called maturity.
So
self-control. Alexander's lacking.
And I've been good
teaching you
about
these
letting
languages.
you string that rope out as long as you wanted to because I wasn't there and I didn't know about it.
I think if we just give it some time, I mean, we're going to be here for a while, right? We're going to fix up the villa. We're not going anywhere. It's not going to be a big deal to just relax for a bit, and then when Herman is of a mind. Besides, if we're too eager, he's going to jack up the price on us.
I don't know. Can you put a price on memories?
I'll tell you what.
Yes.
Wes
Yes.
Wes and I probably should go to Herman and tell him what we found at the villa anyway.
I think it would be best if it was not. Yeah, if it was you guys, that's probably.
And only Wes and I.
Yeah. Although it's complete and utter bullshit that he's mad at me.
You will.
Yeah, that is true. It's my fault.
Try to break into the warehouse.
I can't promise that.
I will not try to break into the warehouse.
Perform any sort of aggressive reconnaissance while we are doing this.
Okay, passive reconnaissance. Got it.
If you want to stake the warehouse out and see who comes and goes, I don't care. But, you are not in any way, shape, or form going to do anything that anyone would consider a crime.
Oh, that's
okay.
Rough.
Yeah, that one's kind of hard.
I'm pretty sure, even just being a decent person is a crime in Minok.
With respect to this item that you are interested in.
Look, I'm not gonna steal it. That's only gonna get me in more trouble.
And that's my point. Yes, that's exactly my point.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that.
Okay, we'll just badger the clerk again.
You badger the clerk again, I might turn you in. Calm down. It'll still be there in a week from now.
Because again, he doesn't know.
He doesn't even know what you want.
Yeah.
Exactly. So how's he gonna know it's missing?
Well, because he knows what his inventory is.
Yeah.
Like most dragons.
I don't know. Does he? That was pretty dirty. Pretty dirty place. Thing all over the place. Kind of fell kind of easily when I grabbed it. Either way. There will be no illegal activities happening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go visit the church.
Okay. I was serious. Wes and I should go and at least update Herman on what we found, and then we'll probably start pulling together the supplies that we need.
Okay.
Which at this point will include a wagon and either a horse or a mule to carry it with, since we're not going to get the coach the second time.
Okay. All right. So Raymond and Wes are going to go visit Herman. Runt is going to go to the church. And what's Alexander going to do while everybody has left him alone to his own devices?
Pout.
Oh my God, we've left him
alone. You left me alone. That's a bad idea. I'm going to go to the warehouse. No, Honestly, I think I want to check out the guard the watchtower.
Okay.
I'm just gonna take a nice hike out to the forest and spend
Sure.
time with the animals in the trees.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there are guards up there. It is occupied.
Okay, good.
Let me see if anybody's gonna. Apparently, one of the guards will recognize you.
Oh,
They're friendly. One of them will, as you're coming up the trail, there's somebody outside the main entry, right? They're outside the door. You're not sure how many people are inside. Somebody will step out and they'll talk to each other, and somebody will one of them will point at you and the other guy will look at you and they'll both wave, and they don't bother you.
I'll wave back and go about my business.
Okay. All right. So yeah, this is a forest out here. Of course, there's animals, all sorts. Right.
Yep. Just gonna spend time, enjoy Ullur's creations.
Perfect. Okay. Runt, you said you're going to the church. What are you really doing?
Going to the church.
Oh.
I thought you were being sneaky too. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, you're there.
Yep. And I'll just awkwardly be around. If they do a service, I'll be part of I'll join in. If until they ask me what are you doing, and then I'll be like, do you guys need any help with anything? Can I I don't know, mop the floors or something? Or
Go ahead and roll a percentile for me, please.
anyone?
Okay. And what's your power?
My power is. Oh, let's scroll to the left. My power is 15.
Okay. Okay.
That does make power times 3.
Yep. Okay. So you're asking random priest if there's anything you can do around the church. Okay. So yeah, they'll kind of look at you, and I'm sorry, I don't believe we've met before. And who are you a recent convert to Our Lady Lorath?
Oh gosh, that's really complicated.
She kind of gave me a leg yesterday.
I don't know about convert. Indebted, devoted. So it just. I like what she's got going on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. You're not from around here, are you? I can tell from your accent.
Yeah.
Do you have a place to stay?
Yeah. No. I got the. And I'll repeat the name of the villa because you said it has a name.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're gonna be staying out there, but
celebrity fades quickly.
Yeah.
Well,
because
didn't recognize
2 weeks
it.
ago.
I mean, you have to make the roll. You don't make the roll. I mean, okay. But mentioning the villa, she will certainly know about that, and her eyes will kind of lighten up, and she'll, grow less concerned for your well-being. But then she'll say, "Oh, how's that runt fellow? Is his leg better?"
Oh, yeah, he's getting along. Just takes some getting used to.
Huh?
Not having a leg and then having a leg. Yeah. Having a leg and then not having a leg and then having a leg again. It's just a lot of back and forth.
She's kind of thinking about that for a minute. How many times has he lost his leg?
It's not a big deal. I just, oh boy.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't mean to pry, but I am glad that he's feeling better. As for helping out around the church, well, you of course are more than welcome to stay for services, and honestly, if you really feel like contributing in some way, I'm sure we can find something for you to do.
Yeah. That sounds just like what I'm looking for.
Okay, all right. Well, we have a groundskeeper. How about I introduce you to them and see what we can do to get you started helping out.
Perfect.
Okay.
And when's services?
Well, she'll tell you. That,
Perfect.
yeah. Okay. So yeah, she'll introduce you to the grounds and maintenances person, and they are, of course, going to be delighted to have an additional hand around, and they will set you to cleaning stalls.
I will clean stalls.
Yes, and chamber pots.
Sure.
All right, you're busy. Actually, no. Now that I think about it, they won't have you do chamber pots because villa. Yeah, but certainly sweeping and cleaning up and doing that sort of thing. Okay. Wes and Raymond. When do you want to go to the warehouse or the shop? After breakfast? After lunch?
I'm thinking.
For lunch? Okay.
Yeah, mid morning.
Mid-morning. All right. You make your way over there. Open the door. Oh, wait. Let's see if you get there. Okay. No encounter. Oh, wait. No encounters along the way. Okay, you're there. Open the door. Step in. Shopkeeper will see you. He will jump up out of his chair and yeah, he'll meet you before you get too far into the shop. And
I was going to wait by the door. So with my hands where he could see them.
Okay. He's actually, you'll notice as you're standing there, he's looking past you.
It's just the two of us today.
Oh. Okay. I see. Let me see if he is. If you'll just wait right here.
Right here.
Right here. I'll see. Just give me a moment. He goes to the warehouse door, gets his key out, opens it up, steps through, and you hear a bolt being slid on the opposite side. All right. A little bit of time goes by, and he and Herman will come out into the shop. Um, he smiles kind of stiffly, nods. I appreciate that. What can I do for you?
We just wanted to give you an update on the villa. As you know, we went out yesterday and took a look around, and I think you and the Baron would be pleased to know that there's a lot of potential there. It honestly was not in as bad a shape as we feared. I very
That,
much look forward to getting something into production up there.
oh, you've decided to. That's good news. That's good news. He seems a little bit chipper. Um, why don't we step out and have you had something to eat?
Well, we had breakfast, but we would
Uh,
be happy to talk to you, somewhere else if that makes you
yeah.
more comfortable.
Why don't we he points out to the market. Why don't we go have something to drink then? Yeah, he looks back to the shopkeeper and says, I'll be back in a bit. And the guy seems kind of grumpy about that. He doesn't really say anything, and Herman just turns in and steps out and closes the door behind you. And yeah, he walks across to the one of the stands. They, you know, sell little sweet meats and something to drink, and he'll get maybe some coffee and something to snack on, and he'll bundle that up and take it over someplace where you can sit down and kind of watch people go by. And so, 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 um, so what did you have in mind exactly?
Well, the vineyards are in reasonably good shape.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly had not been tended to for the last several years, but our first impression is that it's just something that needs a little bit of TLC,
Mm-hmm.
and the vineyards could be perfectly functional. Now, of course, it will take time to get from disheveled vineyards to actual wine production, but there's potential. Like I said, it's better than I expected.
Well,
Um,
that is good news. Are you looking to finance this yourself, or what did you have in mind?
um, at the moment, we were going to see how far we could go with our own financing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I like I said, this is mainly a courtesy call. We're not here to ask you for anything, but
I see.
given your and the Baron's generosity, we felt that an update was certainly polite.
Yes.
One thing that would be helpful is I have never run a vineyard before.
Mm-hmm.
If there was someone in town that we could consult with, just for information,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
how large a staff we would need, those sorts of questions, that would be an amazing help to us.
Mm-hmm. I think I know someone who just might be the right fit for that. Let me see what I can do about putting together an introduction. My my guess is that well, I'm not the expert on making wine. I'm pretty good at drinking it, but uh, yeah, I know some people that could well be interested in seeing about getting things up and running out there again. Certainly, the Baron would approve of that.
I would be grateful and honored if you help us with the introductions.
Certainly. Yeah, give me a few days. See what I can do to get something arranged. Like I said, I expect this individual would want to come and sort of see things for himself, get a feel for what's going to be needed out there, and what you'd be looking into to get things back up and running.
In that case, would it be better for us to wait for him there or in Kars?
Well, is it habitable at the moment?
It's
Not so
certainly better than some other places we've spent the night in.
much. Well, I see. Yes. Well, perhaps we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit then. Maybe it would be better to get the villa in a more habitable condition before striking that iron, so to speak.
Perhaps. By the way, what I don't have the calendar in front of me. What time of year is it?
That's a great question.
Okay. In that case, at least for the first few weeks, you're probably correct. We don't want to get too far into the growing season without taking care of the vineyards, however. Otherwise, we would lose at least part of this year's harvest.
Well, that's a good point. Certainly.
I mean, I have enough plant lore to know that much. So what it sounds like, this doesn't need to be a right now sort of thing, but it needs to be a soon sort of thing.
Maybe what we should consider this season is to perhaps not try to restart the any kind of production, but rather get the vineyards in a situation where they can be harvested and properly tended, and then that production can be sold to one of the other wineries for that production.
Raymond chuckles at that point and says, "I was just about to ask you the same thing."
That would seem to make much more sense. Yeah.
Right. So we start by fixing up the manor house,
Yep.
and then we fix up the vineyards, and then once the grapes are producing well, then we worry about fermenting them ourselves.
Correct. That would stand to reason.
That is a reasonable plan.
Yep.
Yep.
So what you really need is labor at this point.
Sure.
Yeah. So that and whatever expenses involved in getting the manor fixed up, and then perhaps from the sale of the grapes, there may be additional resources available to look into getting the vats running.
Right. And honestly, we looked at the manor house and we looked at the vineyards. I don't believe we did a whole lot of looking at the vats themselves because, frankly, none of us would know really what we were looking at. I mean, I have some farming experience, but that's with grains and foodstuffs. when I was much younger, not with grapes and fermenting. So,
Well,
um,
we're definitely going to want some expertise there.
indeed,
And that, of course, isn't going to come cheap, but
nothing ever does.
nothing ever does. Yes, indeed. So it does sounds like a good plan of action. Have you thought about getting a builder out there to take a look at what the manor actually needs?
We actually have a master carpenter that we're
Oh,
working with. So
wonderful.
that
Okay,
part I'm fairly kind of sort of confident about.
okay,
Um, and we have some people who sort of know their way around a vineyard, sort of. So, it even with the skills that we have in hand, we shouldn't make too many mistakes. But you're right in that we have a huge city here that is a source of skills when we need them, and thank you for reminding us of that.
yes, most certainly. Of course, you're going to need uh, not just a skilled carpenter, but you know, this isn't a hobble that you're working
Of
on.
course,
You need someone who understands building.
yes.
Um, so do bear
But
that in mind.
first, we want to make it functional. Then we want to make it pretty.
Yes, of course.
So,
All right.
um, I appreciate your counsel. It sounds like we were mostly on the correct path. I certainly will update you from time to time as to how we're going. And again, thank you for your time. Wes, did you have anything you wanted to add or ask?
Well, let me suggest.
Please.
Uh, I obviously haven't been out there yet to sort of suss things out myself, but you may consider a um, looking at the future revenues of the harvest to support any construction work that you need done.
Yes.
So um, I would encourage you to consider um, how best to go about the rehabilitation of the manor itself with that in mind. And of course, um, I do have some resources that could be set to that purpose, if that's the direction you wish to go.
I will certainly keep that in mind. Um, we're still obviously evaluating things. Like I said,
Mhm.
we only got to the vineyards and the manor house with our visit yesterday. Um, when it comes to that point, I promise you, you'll be the first person we talk to.
Very good, very good. Well, uh, I do have, of course, some resources that may be useful in terms of the construction as well. So
Of course.
um, it's been, he sort of takes a deep breath and kind of looks at the warehouse and, well, thank you for coming by.
Adventurous, I think was the word you were looking for. And thank you for your counsel. We do definitely appreciate it.
So come again, come again. He'll stand up and take his leave.
Yeah, I suspect they will not get us anywhere near as far as we want them to, but um, that is the place to start.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
They are.
Okay, so how do you want to proceed from here?
Well, we already have an initial shopping list for material for the manor. That probably working on that is the next thing to do. And remembering, of course, that, when it comes to like lumber and such, we can chop down trees up there.
Mm.
Well, it doesn't belong to us, but I would argue that chopping down trees falls under the same provision as harvesting grapes.
No. Okay.
But we also might not want to destroy the natural woodland aesthetic of our villa. We want to go cut down other people's trees.
I'm not saying go crazy with it, but
let me step in here,
please.
Yeah. No. You do not go chopping down trees without the Baron's permit. Further, you don't build with green lumber. You build with
no. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Let's start working on supplies.
Yeah. There's you may not think of it as a caste system, but there are certainly people who are what's the word? There are lumber camps, and yeah, not only will they get mad if you go out and start chopping down trees on your own, but this isn't
okay.
Yeah. All right. So yes, you will definitely want to connect up with the people who are the builders. You'll notice that there is a shipyard, and a lot of lumber goes into the shipyard for construction purposes. And of course, there's a giant forest down there. In any case, okay, so what's the plan? What are we doing? Are we? How are you going to assess what kind of reconstruction is required for the villa?
Well, that's a question for our carpenter.
Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. All right. So, okay. So he needs to go out, spend a good day, sort of checking things out, come back with a list. This is where I think we are. This is what it's going to take to get started. And there may be, challenges along the way. So, or that is change orders. Okay. So while he's doing that, what are you guys going to be doing? Or are you going to go out with him?
I would agree.
Mm-hmm. You could do that.
Well, what's our housing situation? Are we currently renting and paying at the Golden Lion, or is it covered for us?
It is no longer covered for you.
Yes, we are camping at the villa.
I'd assumed that our base was going to be the villa, so.
Okay. Okay, so that's going to change things a little bit because food isn't as readily available here, as well as preserving food. And of course, you don't have anybody bringing food in, and there's no refrigerator.
There's no Domino's?
No, there's no Domino's.
What kind of barbarian town is this?
So,
We grew up in Hamlet. Like, this is fine.
Hamlet had a bakery.
I mean, Hamlet's even named after a food. So come on.
So, there are going to be a sort of well, you don't have anybody to do it for you, so somebody's going to have to be going in on a regular basis, like 3 times a week, into cars to get provisions, right? Because food, you know, perishables perish in a couple of days. Um, fruits will last a little bit longer, of course. Uh, there is a garden out there, but of course it's non-productive at the moment. So that's another, so um, in many respects, at least for the interim, this is going to be like camping out,
Oh,
right? And
I was assuming adventure food for a while.
Yeah.
that that's an option. You buy hardtack, and
But
yeah.
again, I'm used to penance, so
Okay, I'm just trying to be clear about what the
I mean,
situation.
we've also spent a lot of time traveling and in the woods, and this kind of this is still a permanent structure, so it's an improvement over a lot of our travels.
I was completely serious when I told Herman it's that even in its current state, the villa is better off than.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's certainly a step up in that respect, and it probably won't take. What's his character's name?
Alvis.
Alvis. Yeah, I expect that Alvis could get a section of the villa, that is like a common room, and maybe another room in a livable condition, that is a roof that isn't going to leak on you as it rains, but is not, how to put this, a permanent repair. It's a temporary sort of fix,
Right,
so
field
that you've
expedient.
got, yeah, so that you've got a place to, place with
And
walls and mhm.
the outhouse door actually closes, stuff like that.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So I suspect with a modicum of investment and his time for a week or so, that the very basic level of living uh, could be taken care of. So kitchen, common room, and such. But beyond that, that's another matter. And so that's going to be, while he's working on that, he can get a much clearer view of the work that actually needs to be done to get the villa more fully operational. Okay, so aside from that, you do need to get some workers into the fields, and of course you're going to need funds for that. Um, so, what are you thinking in that regard? In short, if it's a silver piece a day, which actually it's not quite, is it? It's do you know what that number is, Brian? To pay a tenant farmer per day. Just straight labor. Do I have that somewhere? Okay. Yeah, we don't want to cross. We decided to go with RQG for expenses. So RQ, let's see, I might have that. Yeah, I think it's what, 3-to-1 from RQ3 to RQG. No, the silver, a penny is a silver lunar is the conversion, but it's I thought it was 3-to-1. Any case, I think I've got a labor cost here. Let me take a quick look. Okay.
Dad, where's your book? I'll just bring it to you. Do you mean the little table? Okay. The one that's open? Okay.
So the base income is 40 lunars for a tenant farmer. And that's for a year. So let's see, the Gloranthan month is, there are 5 months, right? Yeah, so that's per tenant farmer, that's 8 per month. That's per hide. So if there's 4 hides, that's going to be 32. So you're looking at 32 silver a month to care for the grapes. No, I'm sorry. That's per year. Did I get that wrong? Is that right? Let me redo that. Yeah, that's 32 per month. Oh no, I've got to convert that to my calendar as well. So that's not quite right. Look at occupation income, page 423. Okay. Okay. That's per individual, right? Okay. So I'm envisioning like 4 grape fields around the villa, that are its, so to speak. I'm not sure how many acres that is, but that's kind of what's in my head. Um, I can think of it as hides. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the acreage is for a hide, but that's kind of the idea. Um, okay, so 2 copper, and it's 10 to 1 for silver, right? So So for an individual, you're looking at 9 silver a month. And then the question is, how many? If it's 2 people per hide, thinking of a tenant farmer and his family per hide. So let's just call it 4. So a half. So okay, 1 hide. Okay, so yeah, so we're looking at 36 silver per month to care for the entire vineyard. Okay, so is this putting this in context as to what you're into to run or take care of the grapes?
It's a little expensive versus their cash on hand. So, if we're paying out of pocket for that before we get, some sort of income associated with that, we're in a bad place.
All right. Sorry. How long is it going to be until we get to the harvest?
Well, I don't know the grape seasons all that well, so that's going to be a little bit of research. But it's yeah, that's speculation at this point, right? Does anybody know when grapes are harvested? It's going to be before winter, so
Depends on the climate. I mean, Napa Valley is basically harvesting almost year round.
Yep. That's what Google says.
okay.
And
August to
and
October sounds right for about like
and
my area.
it is March-ish now. Is that correct? So we're talking roughly 6 months. Oh, okay. So that's 36 silver points per RuneQuest month.
I converted it over
So per Julian calendar month.
per Elderath.
Okay. So and a half a year is 4 Elderathi months, correct? Okay. So we would need 144 silver roughly to run labor up to the point where we can bring in the harvest.
Sounds right.
Okay. We have 100 that we just got. I'm pretty sure we can come up with 44 silver between us. Correct. My records actually say I have 135. Okay. Right. I'm not counting the Baron's money. My records prior to today are that Raymond has 135 silver.
I do not.
Yes, but you bought a bunch of armor. So if we take the 100 silver that we got today, we can come up with the other 44 silver, plus we're going to have supplies that go on top of that.
Yeah, there's your own maintenance in addition to any repairs you want to do on the villa. So the talking about the grapes, that was just covering getting the grapes to harvest. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the math either works or comes very close to working.
For
I would trust a priest of math.
Foolish mortal. I would actually lean towards Wes, because not that Wes actually has any experience at running a manor house, but he's nobility, so I can do bookkeeping, but I don't know anything about how to run a manor.
I'm not sure Wes does either. but nobody knows that.
I'm actually completely certain that Wes doesn't, but Wes is the closest thing we have to nobility, so and let's be honest, if it comes out that we need money, that is something that's going to come up 2 to 3 months down the road. I mean, let's be honest, we could go adventuring and find money if we have to. Go find some of those goblins.
go find Drugar and take their stuff.
I mean, we could be murder hobos. We'll be fine.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like you can cover the fields. But I'm not sure what's left over for doing any work on the manor.
There's gonna be some, not gobs.
Yeah. So labor cost for construction's in there as well. And I know I've got some info on building costs. So I can psych that out a little bit too.
Hey, I'm gonna add a sheet to your character sheet spreadsheet.
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
at the villa.
Yeah, I'm gonna add the villa as a character, and then we can do all our accounting there.
That's a great idea. Good thinking. You could move it to the front.
You want it in the front? I can do that.
That would be better, I think.
There we go.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right. So, and this doesn't, of course, cover your own maintenance. So, got to factor that in too.
So
I didn't necessarily intend for the game to be papers and pennies.
I was just this is all stuff that we can actually do offline. I think that we have shown that we have enough resources to get started, which is
That's the sense I have. Yes. But clearly we have to. Yeah, we do need to start keeping track of, how much do we need to maintain ourselves and our gear, um, setting funds aside for great production or maintenance, and then what's left over to put into the villa itself.
Yeah. I'm
So,
just making notes on that sheet for right now. We can make them into, a pencils and papers accounting system later.
okay. Um, okay, so yeah, I do get the sense that you've got the um basics covered. Um, and it won't be difficult to find um, uh, labor, although the first thing that's going to come up from Fruits of the Vine Villa, that's great. One of the first things that's going to come up from the tenant farmers is, where are we staying? And you will discover that the tenant housing is in poor shape as well. So to have happy tenant farmers, you're going to need to do some work on their housing.
I think we can do that. Um, I mean, clearly that becomes a priority.
Yeah, if they're not happy, then returns on the great production is going to be lower, of course.
Right. Right. So, um,
So I would break this up into, uh, well, you're probably thinking along these lines anyway, but uh, hard costs, um, one-time costs, and then ongoing costs, including maintenance. That's optimistic.
okay, fine.
Okay, so is there anything that we want to do while all of this is going on? This is obviously a long-term project, the villa.
So, I just as a random question, um, how far do the Baron's lands extend past the villa?
Um, Strictly speaking, it's Kars and its environs, and that would typically, well, would mean that which is within his reach. So, 30 miles out or so.
Okay, so there is nowhere that we could expand and create new territory for the Baron.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Which okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Which
you could go further north and, take over a ruined keep, build it up and
okay.
say, we're for you.
Um,
but of
quote
course,
quote for the Baron unquote.
right.
So I think what I would do, and I would do this at least in pairs, is when I'm not doing something else, I would just start, slowly expanding out from the manor house and just looking around and seeing what's around us.
Mm-hmm.
Not trying
Okay.
to get into combat, just avoiding what I can avoid. If it's just going to be
Raid
the
the
two of us.
neighboring villa.
No. And obviously if we get into territory that we know belongs to, a neighboring villa that's being maintained, we stay out of it. But just trying to get a lay of the land.
Sure. Okay.
Find the abandoned ruins, the cave to the mines, all that good stuff.
So, yeah, there's not really a lot of that here. That's
Well, you know what? If I didn't look, I wouldn't find it. Now would I?
That's true. All right. Yeah, so these are rolling hills. There's coastline, of course. There may be caves along the coastline. Okay. So, any action items for anybody else?
Runt will do the regular, or possibly even, the regular runs into town, and in between actually, doing the grocery shopping, we'll be spending time at the church.
Oh, wow. Okay. Runt
Um,
has discovered religion.
No. Runt has discovered guilt and debt.
It wasn't even his fault.
That's the worst part.
That's awesome. Okay. Yes, Alexander.
I would actually like to help with the tenant farmers, to learn from them how to farm the vineyard and whatnot, to kind of cut the labor costs as well, if that's possible.
I don't know it's going to work like that.
Okay.
I mean, you could work as labor, and that would certainly be helpful, but that's not going to change their
Costs.
income need.
Oh, understandable. Okay.
Now what
then,
it might do is it might give you an excuse to roll your plant lore.
yeah, plant lore or farming or something like that. That's what I was hoping.
Yeah.
That was the general term, is to try and learn from them and get something out of it while also still helping the group and them, of course.
Yeah. So
okay, sweet.
That will certainly improve their morale.
Okay, that's good.
So, yeah, having someone from the manor come in, get their hands dirty.
I'll get down and grimy for sure. No problem with that. I should be used to this work, doing all the stuff with the druid, fixing people's houses and fences and whatnot, all the stuff he was doing. So this shouldn't be too far from a normal's day labor for me.
Okay. What is PAX, Brian? 5 PAX. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, I see.
I see now who's doing it. I was wondering who's doing it.
It's essentially a one family hut.
Gotcha. No, this is great.
I like this a lot. This is fun.
That's the scary number.
4,000 silver.
Yeah, I mean that's built from like raw dirt.
Yeah.
Right. So
We
we're
already
renovating.
have one.
So
Yeah, we're just renovating. It should be much cheaper. Or
Yeah.
maybe not much, but a bit.
Well, it's percentage.
Yes, yes.
I mean,
Now-
by the same token, those huts, probably about a silver a piece. Well, no, because you said those are basically gone.
Well, it's only 2 silver.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not.
you
Yeah,
say
those.
only 2 silver, but that adds up.
How many are we building?
4.
4 huts. Oh, okay. Do we know the cost of the shrine? Because I remember it being 20 silver, but I believe that changed.
That's per shrine.
Once we get it built, Runt doesn't have to go into town.
Well, I'm hoping to
my
have.
guilt is not to the god.
I was hoping to have. 50 silver. Oof.
Well, yeah, because it's got to have all those holy items in it. Those aren't cheap.
True. Is a shrine specifically oriented towards one god or goddess?
Yes, it's a shrine.
Okay.
Shrine
So if-
to a god.
Okay. So if I wanted a shrine to Allure, I'd have to buy. I'd have to build another one.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. 60 lunars for the well.
Do we have one, or has it been filled in?
You're gonna have to dig it out.
Oof. Okay.
So, like I said, it's going to be percentages of these numbers.
Okay.
Yep.
You don't have to redig the entire well, but
I'm wondering the wildlife around the area. Are we allowed to hunt that?
no,
Okay.
absolutely not.
It's all the barons. Okay, got it. Are there specific hunters that have permits?
There's a gameskeeper.
There's a gameskeeper. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Where does he live?
I don't know. I'll find out.
Okay. I think Alexander would like to go talk to him
Okay.
eventually
Okay.
about like what's required to hunt and all those kinds of rules and other things like
The Baron's permission, but you already know that.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there like a certificate or something like that? Like, do I have to get it from the Baron, or can the games master give that out?
No, only the Baron through the Chamberlain or something like that.
Okay.
But
So you have to like earn that, right?
you don't earn it. Well, I suppose in a sense that may be the way to look at it, but typically peasants don't go hunt anything, right? They live off the gardens that they run. They get to keep some portion of that for themselves, or you get meat from the local butcher, which is supplied by the Baron.
Okay.
Yeah, poaching is a hanging offense.
Oh well, yeah. I wasn't going
Okay.
to attempt to poach. No.
Just putting it out there.
Also, it's a hanging offense. Holy
yeah.
crap! Seriously?
Pretty sure.
Stealing from the
That's-
Baron? Absolutely.
Yep. Petty theft is time in the stocks. Multiple petty theft is loss of limb, typically the left hand.
Hmm.
Yeah, medieval society is brutal. And they didn't have central heating.
I'm worried more about the air conditioning than the heating. That's just me, though. It's one thing I couldn't give up. Comfortability. Really rough to. Yeah, it's wild thinking about. medieval times sometimes. Ooh, like recently, my parents watched The Last Duel, which is based on the last legal duel to determine somebody's innocence when they're not involved in it. Like it was a rape of a knight's from a knight raped another knight's lady, and she came out against him, and then the local lord protected the knight who did it, but the king of France, I believe, was or the knight took it to the king, and the king was like, yeah, no, we'll let this go through. And so they fought to the death, and he ended up killing the rapist, and the rapist was hung from his dead body was stripped and hung from the rafters or whatever, and that surprised me. I didn't expect that at all. After he died, a bunch of peasants came out and was like stripping him of all of his stuff, like he was a dog or something, not a person. It's really strange to see it done that way. I think that was one of my first kind of interactions with the brutality of the medieval law system.
Have you read about William Wallace?
I know the name. I have not read about it.
Well, skip to the end and find out what they did to him.
Ooh, okay. What happened to William Wallace?
You want to get messed up in the head. Yeah.
How did William Wallace die?
Go to the yeah.
Watch the last 20 minutes of Braveheart.
Oh my gosh. Dude. What's the point of all of that? He's already dead.
No, it's not about that. It's about keeping other people from doing what he did
and making everyone watch. What did he do? Because
yeah.
I'm just getting the synopsis.
Now you got to read the story.
Oh, great. Okay, let's get the. What was he accused of?
The Reader's Digest version.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting right now. Basically, Britannica. Inspiration for Scottish resistance to English King Edward. That's why I know his name, because he's the guardian of Scotland. Okay. William Wallace. Yeah. Okay. And they just like imprisoned him and did all that to him.
All right. Some great stuff, Brian. That really helps.
Can we have a secret thieves' den in the basement?
There you go. Let's do that. Well, that could work for a thieves' den, right? It's just an unholy temple. It doesn't see these as numbers.
There was no trial. Wonderful.
Well, I think there was a summary declaration of guilt. So there was.
He says he never declared or never sworn allegiance to Edward, and that was his.
But when he was sentenced,
yeah, there was no trial because he was declared a traitor of the king.
There you go, declared traitor of the king.
Yeah, but just because you say someone's a traitor doesn't mean they are. So
if you're the
without
king,
trial,
when you're the king, it does.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why it's unjust, and Edward will be punished. If there
and I
is any
want to
kind of
remind you, when the
eternal
Baron
karma,
says
Edward
you
would
shot
die.
his deer,
Except I didn't shoot his deer, and then he hangs, disembowels me, beheads me, and then quarters my body. So if you guys allow him to do that without fighting back, then you guys would be bad guys. But other than that, I think we're good. Until the Baron decides I am an enemy for no reason.
I'm gonna remove the.
I don't think it's for no reason. I think it's because you killed his deer.
Exactly.
Well, he's accusing me of killing his deer. In reality, I hadn't. Because in this reality, Wallace did not declare his whatchamacallit to the king, so how could he be treacherous towards him? But King just says what he wants, so.
I'm the king. I say that that's my land up there. And your response is, no, I don't think so. And I'm not going to be beholden to you. So, yeah, I'm going to thumb my nose at you. And that's when I decide, well, yep, that is my land up there. And since you're saying that you're not a subject of mine, well, I beg to differ.
A lot of people begged to differ against King Edward, didn't they? Seems like
Yeah.
a lot of people did.
Yeah, look what happened to Wallace.
Yeah, he stood up against him and was
And look what
turned
happened
into
to
fish food because the king is a terrible human being.
him. All right, so
Oh, it's because they had longbows. Ugh. Stupid English. Dumb longbows killed everybody. Oh, they actually almost won, huh? Edward's army almost broke because of mutiny. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like Edward was just trying to take Scotland from them. So, yeah, King Edward was just a douchebag who was stealing stuff from people. Land. And Wallace stood up to him. That's exactly what it looks like.
so the numbers with the S make it look like text rather than numbers. So I'm dropping the S.
Earl Marshal Roger Bigod. These are crazy names. Oh, is it Earl like a baron?
You can look up hierarchies
Ooh, okay.
or
What would that be called? Hierarchies of
maybe just look up heraldry
heraldry.
or nobility or rank, title.
Oh, there's a book called Heraldic Hierarchy.
There you go.
Identity, Status, and State Intervention in Early Modern Heraldry.
So probably ought to break up the total costs for construction because probably not going to do the temple right away or the tower. Well, it all needs some maintenance. So
remember, we're only paying a fraction on most of these.
yeah. But
And I'm assuming Bruce is going to give us the fraction at some point offline.
Yeah, I need to look through this. I mean, the villa is obviously going to be the largest expense.
Well, we don't have to do the whole thing at once either.
Correct. Yeah. Um, now, on the income side for the vineyard, is that just the grape production, or does that include the actual wine, sale of the wine? I'm guessing it's just the grape production. Yeah, I'm sure it's grapes. And then you convert the grapes into alcohol. You're probably just selling the grapes. So we don't have to worry about the turning it into wine.
Oh.
At least not this season. Maybe next season. So
The Baron of the area. Does he have anyone above him?
no, he doesn't.
Interesting.
And strictly speaking, the Lords of Bloodstone would disagree with that. But there's nobody here. In fact,
Huh.
Brian, you might have some concern about this. Or perhaps not, depending on
Well,
how you
si-
feel about things.
since you just signed a contract taking land from a known rebel,
A known conspirator of the throne. He's named himself Baron.
No, it's a hereditary title. Yes.
but he's broken away from proper authority.
So
Has
he
he?
doesn't have any authority. Because the only authority
well,
giving him authority no longer technically should be supporting him.
by
Okay,
the way, I'm
well,
assuming
why
one
don't
of
you
the
go
first
tell him
things
that?
I'm assuming one of the first things that Wes does is he throws his heraldry up on the entrance to the manor. So in fact, if we took out 2 of the 3, Telgar probably could take care of the rest.
All right, so we need to attack 2 city-states, infiltrate them, and crumble them, and let Telgar take care of the third. Got it. Well, to take care of the Baron, all we gotta do is kill him. Unless he has a son, then apparently it goes to him, but... Otherwise...
But if he has a daughter and then you marry the daughter,
And let Wes do that. I'm okay.
I don't think any of you know.
Probably not.
I would assume that Wes would have asked that question long ago.
Ah, here's one. Lord Chamberlain. Okay. Explain that to me. Oh. It's not hereditary, huh?
Titles? What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking about Lord Chamberlain. So I noticed. So in the actual peerage titleage, it talks about the bodies of peers or titled nobility in Britain. The 5 ranks in descending order are Duke, Marquise, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. So that's where I got. Oh, Baron's the bottom. So that made me think that he may be called himself the Baron, not was given to it. But you said he was. And the related topics, it has Lord Chamberlain, which is a name of somebody I know. Well, we've interacted with a Chamberlain, so I was interested in that. And here it says that the office of Lord Chamberlain, unlike that of the Lord Great Chamberlain, is not hereditary. So that means the Chamberlain was most likely appointed by the Baron, whereas the Baron seems to have been born with his rights, or born with his
The ruler of Kars
yes.
is a baron.
Who made him a baron, or rather the ruler of Karst?
So as you just read, it's a hereditary title, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that the party knows the
Original
history of the family relationships, but So what you're asking is the original family that was who was made a baron by the Lords of Bloodstone, is that family still the family in charge of Kars? You
Mhm.
don't know the answer to that question. It could
Okay.
well
Okay.
be that that family was killed off, and that is the direct lineage was killed off, and a maybe a usurper took the title.
Mm.
So, but you're talking hundreds of years back in time now. So who knows?
His great grandkid can pay for his foul deeds.
So, no, this is great stuff, Brian. Thanks for putting all of that in there. I will figure out, what kind of percentages we're looking at for each of the first line items. That is the build costs per restoration of those items. And then the maintenance is, of course, ongoing. There are obviously some things that aren't going to be appropriate to begin with, like temple, but maybe shrines. So we'll figure those out. So we're going on 8:00. I don't know that there's time to quote unquote go off on an adventure.
Yeah, let's kill some goblins.
First, you have to build the place up to make it interesting for them to come and raid it, and then they'll come.
It should be. It
If
should
you
be
build it, they will come.
That's right. You
the
build it.
warg rider from earlier, from the original big group of orcs and goblins that got together. It should be from the dwarven mine. Yeah, we should run into that guy. He should be a captain. Off.
All
Yeah.
right. So 2 weeks from today is Labor Day weekend, which is fine with me. I just want to make sure none of the rest of you have problems.
I don't think so.
They shouldn't.
So that's the 3rd.
Yeah.
How are you guys, Brian? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but would that take both the two of you or just you? Okay.
Okay. So you could join later that day for that session? Okay. All right. So why don't we go ahead and plan for next Saturday, or not next Saturday?
The 3rd.
Yeah, the 3rd. Yeah.
Okay. We can do that.
Okay. So before we break, though, aside from the villa, any courses of action that I should think about?
I think that we should put some thought into how to get a message back to Telgar.
That is what I had brought up earlier.
Yeah.
Visiting with the Wizards Guild, seeing if there's a magical means to do so, all that kind of stuff for you learned folk. I am gonna continue to try to get a hold of Hedda.
Okay. So while you come in and looking for supplies and things like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. All right. Are people going to be staying overnight in cars? Or, I mean, obviously the villa is more permanent residents, but
I'm sure that from time to time there will be, right? But I think standard practice is we go in, we do the business, we come back.
okay.
Is that right?
I mean, I don't see why we would spend the money if we don't have to.
That's kind of my thought.
Okay.
That's right. We're going to be ridiculously stupid cheap now.
We're homeowners. We can't afford anything.
Exactly.
That you don't actually own. Don't you just love medieval? It's like, go fix that place up. No, I'm not going to pay you for it. You want to live there? Go fix it up.
Why would I pay you for it?
And if I come visit, it better be ready for me. All right. Okay. So, yeah. So let's plan for the 3rd. I'll get a better sense of now we've got some numbers to work with. What the cost is going to be to get sort of line items up and running, and then you can decide how you're going to distribute funds to each of those areas. So that should shore up the villa itself, and we'll see what happens in the meantime. Okay.
Sounds
All right.
See you in 2 weeks.
All right. Night, everybody.